really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Tune in this Sunday as the Seahawks take on New England. Kickoff at 10 a.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
Did you know about the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program? You can get an $80 benefit card to spend at local farmers markets. Use it to buy seasonal fruits, vegetables, and honey. Just bring your new SFMNP card with you when you shop. When you make a purchase, the grower will scan your card. Then you'll confirm the purchase with your PIN.
You're all set. Enjoy those tomatoes.
Thank you. I will.
Find participating markets, local contacts, and more info at seniorfmnp.com. That's seniorfmnp.com.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Chiefs wide receiver Marquise Hollywood Brown is scheduled for surgery for an injury he suffered, with Coach Andy Reid saying Brown could miss the remainder of the season. Reid said today, quote, "It's not going to be weeks, more like months," and everybody's a little different. With this injury, not a lot of these that we've seen, so we don't have a lot of information. We just have to wait it out and see how long it's going to take for his return. But months being the key word there. Meanwhile, Tiger Woods undergoing yet another surgery on his lower back today, one he hopes will relieve some of the spasms that he experienced earlier this year. It was the 6th surgery on his lower back in the past 10 years. In a statement on social media, the procedure was described as a micro decompression surgery of the lumbar spine for nerve impingement. Keep that in mind, everybody. We'll test you on that later. The recovery time from that can be anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile Park at Edgar's Cantina. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Friday to everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a great day and is going to enjoy the weather. Much nicer weather than I was anticipating. Sunny, warm out here. Perfect day for baseball. Dave Wyman is on his way to New England. We've got former Mariner reliever Charlie Furbush sitting in today. How are you, man?
Outstanding. Great to be here, Bob.
Is it weird to be on this side of it, to be sitting here in Edgar's and you're usually out there in the dugout or here in the bullpen, and you're
it's a little weird, yeah.
You're here with a common unwashed. It's gotta be demoralizing. Dave already sent in a text. He's like, I don't want to hear anything about a younger, more handsome version of your regular co-host. because I said that about Ryan Roland Smith once. He has never forgotten it.
Okay.
So I won't say anything about you being younger or better looking than Dave Wyman.
Perfect.
But no, good to have you in today. We got a big show coming up. Jared Sandler, the Rangers broadcaster, play-by-play man, will join us at 3 o'clock. Get a little closer look at this team as if we need to see any more of them after last night. Shannon Dreyer, our Mariners insider, will join us at 4:30. We'll catch up with a Mariner player at some point during the program, and we've got mean text today. Have you ever experienced mean text, Charlie?
Oh, I've listened.
Have you listened?
Oh, yes.
They can be ruthless. It can be hurtful. I just want you to buckle
That's why they're
up.
Called mean text.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, as long as they're creative, they can't just. We always say, don't text in. Oh, you guys stink. You don't know sports. Whatever. Get creative with it. So just buckle up for that. Maybe they'll divert their attention more to Lefko or to Wyman since he's not here to defend himself, or me or Matt. So we'll see. We'll see what they do.
Well, Bob, they'd have to be smart enough to do that.
You see what Lefko does? He gets them riled up right out of the gate, calling them dumb.
I know, not dumb, just not smart enough to formulate a coherent thought that would be good enough to read on air. That's all I'm going to say about that.
So you can anticipate a lot of Lefko mean texts coming up at 866.
They're coming for you, Lefko.
979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. You know, I was saying this yesterday that the Mariners make me feel like Michael Corleone in The Godfather 3. Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. They'll win a game. I'm like, all right, there's still time. They're 3.5 out. They look like they found their rhythm at the plate, and then we see last night where they score all the runs in 2 innings and nothing else happens. They strike out 16 times and the bullpen melts down, and then I'm going, that's it. It's over. And if they win tonight, I'll be going, all right, well, the math is still there. They can make it. So I need those optimistic Mariner fans that are still just right there saying, no, they're going to be fine. They're going to be postseason. Talk me off the ledge. Tell me why. Tell me why this team is going to make it to the postseason. I need some help here. Where are you at? Are you believing? Are you feeling like, listen, that's baseball. They're going to get it figured out. They're going to make a run in these final 15 games left? They're going to make a run?
Yeah, I fully believe they will make a run. I think some of the things ahead of them aren't in their control, but the way that their pitching staff has performed all year, and we saw it last night with Bryce Miller, just an outstanding performance, setting the tone. And, we've seen this time and time again. If the Mariners can just score about 4 or 5 runs and get them before, the 7th or 8th inning, we're going to probably win the game. It's kind of amazing to watch. And the starting rotation, I am amazed night after night what they're able to do and just mow down lineups left and right. So that's what gives me the most confidence is if they can continue to set the tone in every game that they play in, they're going to have to go through this rotation to win. And, the Mariners have had some tough breaks like last night, but if we can keep pitching, then we fully have a chance because if we can take care of business here with the Rangers, take care of business, win the series with the Yankees, we have Houston in our headlights. So we have a chance. It's still, like you said, Bob, we still have a chance.
Yeah.
So we have to believe.
Mathematically, it's there.
Yes.
But what have they done on the field that says they will do that? I believe they will take the next 3 from the Rangers and win the series. I believe they're going to take 2 of 3 from the Yankees. Yeah. I mean, I'm with you on the rotation. I mean, Bryce Miller last night, 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. Outstanding. Another quality start that just goes
but certainly
out the window.
16 strikeouts is just not going to cut it. I mean.
Well, and then the bullpen had it. They came in, Luke Raley with the error. That didn't help, obviously, and the offense just going dead, which has unfortunately been the more common situation. Not the errors and the bullpen as of late, but just the offense kind of going dead. And I'm not going to put this all on the offense. They put up 4 runs, which is kind of the key marker, but they went flat after those 2 innings.
Yeah, I mean, think about how many swing and misses you saw last night. 16 strikeouts, right?
16 strikeouts.
All we're asking is just to put it in play, and I think, as a fan, it gets a little frustrating from time to time knowing that, at least from my perspective, there have been opportunities for the Mariners to take advantage of pitches over the middle of the plate. And they have either fouled them off, taken them, or missed them.
Yeah.
And I think when our pitching staff has been so good at not throwing in the middle of the plate, when we do maybe give up a homer, and it just how it goes. But
doesn't it feel like the opposition always capitalizes on any mistake a Mariner pitcher makes?
Yeah.
Like they'll leave 1 ball center cut and it's launched.
Yeah.
1 ball center cut against the Mariner lineup, as you said, they swing and miss, they take it, or they foul it off.
Totally. And when you look around the league and you look at how lineups are built, those mistakes are capitalized on in different lineups in different places. So I know they know this as well as we know this. These are pitches to take advantage of that pitchers throw down the middle or in the middle of the zone where you can attack and do some damage. And I think that's kind of what they are missing is they're not that effective at hitting that ball over the middle of the plate when the opportunity arises. Yes, we know hitting is harder than ever right now, but pitchers make mistakes. We see it time and time again. So you have to be ready for that middle pitch, whether it's a fastball, a slider, a sweeper, whatever it is, sitting middle to know that when that ball arrives, that you're ready to hit it. So it's just frustrating when it's seemingly, I would say for me, the biggest one is when they just take it. You're like, what are you doing up there?
I've seen a couple of things with Rosarena, with Robles, and even Julio, where they'll kind of back away, like they're not even loaded, they're not even set. They'll just kind of almost step out of the box and just let a pitch go, like strike one. Like, I don't know, what are we doing there? What is that? Are they trying to throw the pitcher off or what?
Yeah, I mean, I think that reminds me of I'd say like a little league or a high school move where you try to get in the pitcher's head, right? Like, all right, I'm going to step away, and it throws him off mid pitch, so he throws one high and away or in the dirt. I'm not sure if it really works at the major league level.
Doesn't seem to have.
And I think that maybe you can pick and choose your times to do something like that. It's kind of a version of the fake bunt where you put the bunt out and then you pull it back, and you're not actually doing anything to try and be offensive. It's more of a gimmicky type of thing. But I don't know what the advantage is. I don't know. I would say from a hitter's perspective, it's probably I get to see what the ball looks like out of his hand. How is it reacting, and then maybe make an approach from there. And maybe if you haven't seen the guy before, that would make sense. But I think if you're mixing it in more than you think, I don't know if it's going to be beneficial to the team and yourself. And obviously we've seen this, right? The offense has been an issue. So I'm not sure if that's one thing to change, but it's certainly everything under the sun to look at to figure out where we can make improvements.
Yeah, 16 more strikeouts last night. They were 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. 1 for 11, left 7 on base. Again, this is not all on the offense. The bullpen obviously played a big part in this. And it just, I guess the other thing for me as a fan that's frustrating is watching this lineup struggle against either somebody who comes in with an ERA a shade over 6 who's been struggling, and then by the end of the night we're going, well, that guy really threw a good game. Did he really throw a good game? Or it's the young kid who has yet to throw a pitch at this level, or it's their second start, and they just have a knack for locking the Mariners down. And I'm not saying they're not facing talented arms out there. You saw it last night, but I feel like they should have the advantage versus the guy making his debut.
100%, right?
Is that a fair expectation?
I would say so. No doubt about it. I think at this point, especially what we've all been, or what the Mariner fan nation has been through, it's been a lot this year, and I know that we are the team is still in it, and they have a chance. But when you look at it just from the offensive standpoint, I really just would love to see some early action. And I feel like that's what, when they set the tone early in games, they seem to win the game. So I'm not sure if it's coming out swinging, being aggressive, but if they can kind of just turn it around internally and know that this point in the season where they're at, it is all hands on deck, and you have to do whatever it takes to win a game. You know that there's so many things out of your control ahead of you. Mm-hmm. But if you can control tonight, and you can look at the Rangers and say, I hope DeGrom is a little rusty in his first game back, a little nervous, right? Mm-hmm. It's coming off second Tommy John. And ultimately, I think this is a team that we should be winning series against on the regular. Seeing what's going to happen tonight will I think give us a good insight to the rest of the year, because obviously we know they got Scherzer coming tomorrow. So they'll have a test of pitchers in the next week, and what they can do tonight will be, I think, paramount to get this thing started.
What do you think the mentality of not even just the starting rotation, but the bullpen is? In that it feels, I could imagine even subconsciously, maybe they're not actively thinking about it, but it's just in the back of their mind that I don't really have any slack here. I can't make a mistake. I can't leave one over the middle of the plate. I can't leave a cookie for this guy to deposit in the center field. maybe there's a tension that wouldn't otherwise exist. Do you buy into that? With it, based on how this offense has functioned or not functioned, that the starters and the bullpen feel like, I got to be pinpoint, man. I just don't have the luxury of making mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's the general mentality of a bullpen guy, from start to finish of the season. You know that you have limited leash out there to get the job done, and even more so when it's the end of the season and you're in a pennant race. So, I look at last night, the unfortunate Rayleigh error, but we're still in the game at this point, right? Langford ties it up 4-4. Saucedo comes in and, facing low lefty-lefty matchup, classic, let's get it done here, kind of hits a hard grounder to second and scores a run, takes the lead. So, I mean, that's a tough one to see. I look at it from the bullpen in general. I think that's maybe another thing that they don't have that big lockdown lefty that can go in and get that guy out late in the game. I mean, they got plenty of righties out there that can get the job done. But
how's your arm feeling?
How's my arm feeling?
You all right?
Yeah, I mean,
you got an inning or two in you?
It's still an arm. Yeah, I don't know.
It's still attached to your body.
It's still attached. I don't know if the rotator cuff would agree on any sort of torque.
Yeah, jeez. Hey, it is Football Friday. We will talk some football coming up in the show. Football Fridays are powered by the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook. Something you and I talked about briefly before the show, and I was making the case that I don't think it matters who the manager is here this year. It could be whoever you think the best manager in baseball is, whether you think it's Aaron Boone or Dave Roberts or Alex Cora or whoever you want to throw out there. I don't think it matters with the way this team's assembled and maybe the philosophy that comes from above with the analytics or the approach at the plate. Dan Wilson, I'm not going to blame him because they struck out 16 times. They had another game under his watchful eye. They struck out 17 times. Things haven't really changed under Dan, and it's not fair to expect that they would.
Yeah.
How much impact does a manager truly have on what we're seeing night in, night out in terms of lineup, situational substitutions, things like that? Because there's a belief that it's not the manager making. They're not autonomous. They don't have control of anything they want.
Right.
That it's already been predetermined essentially.
Mm-hmm. Well, first off, Dan is an absolute legend, and I am thrilled he's in the position he's in. It's going to be, for me, kind of hard to put any scrutiny on him over these last so many games, right? I think he's just thrown into the mix, thrown into a situation where you're still in it. So
he's got the same limitations that Surface had.
Yeah, but having a managerial change can impact the team, impact the clubhouse, impact the energy that you feel. I don't know exactly how that's been going. Obviously, with a lot of strikeouts, it hasn't necessarily translated offensively, but I do think Dan is the right man for this job and can take this team to the World Series, where we all know the Mariners want to go. But right now, how can he motivate the guys? How can he, really come in and I don't know, I guess make something out of nothing to turn this team around, because they know they're still in it, but it's a tough situation they find themselves in, and I think that Dan will motivate these guys to get the job done. It's just a matter of whether they go out there and execute. So I think he's going to send the right message and motivate the guys to get the job done when it comes to playing hard every night. So it's just a matter of time. We'll see. I really think it's a tough situation for Dan. It's a tough situation for the fans, but I think if we fast forward here in 2 weeks and we're a game and a half back, we're gonna give Dan a ton of credit. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so maybe there is something to it. I think you're right. There is a lot of things at play, and we know that the baseball operations department and the people upstairs have a ton of input on the roster and what that looks like on a day-to-day basis, and hopefully it's Dan can send the message to say, hey, I'm going to make sure that I get the best out of this guy tonight. And I think he's challenged a lot of players so far and put them in situations to improve. So it's going to be on the players to go out and get it done. They know what's ahead of them, and I really think that they collectively can get it done over the next couple of weeks. And hopefully Houston loses a couple and we're in it. Yeah, I think the wild card's going to be a little harder to get for us, but
yeah,
the
it's
division,
a little congested.
Yeah, the division's there, and we we'll see.
The one thing I've been saying, and tell me if you buy this, is that I almost feel like them missing the postseason by a game, 2 games, 3 games is almost worse than them just getting, blown out here early and they miss it by 8, 10 games. Because I'm fearful that it gives the front office and baseball operations and everybody that false sense of success that, hey, we had the right pieces. It came together late, not the way we had hoped, but look, we only missed it by a game or 2. We're on the right track. No, you're not. No, you're not. You've got a generational rotation right now. If not for them, this team's, what are they, 10 games under 500, 15 under 500 if you just got your run-of-the-mill rotation? I mean, this is not – you remove the rotation, it's not a good team. They're just not. For whatever reasons, guys aren't performing. They're not playing to the back of their baseball card. And I'm fearful that if they get close, they just miss it, that they'll feel like, hey, just a little tweak here and there, we're going to be fine. No, I think it's time for a wholesale change in philosophy or approach, where if you were looking for guys to mash the ball out of the park, how about you go for a speed team? How about you go after guys who are high on-base guys? Maybe they don't have pop, but they put the ball in play. They can steal bases. They put the game in motion. If this park is truly such an impediment to their offense, maybe they have to have a completely different approach into how they assemble the team.
It's a great point, Bob. Absolutely. You look back on after, was it last season, going into spring training, the biggest focus on contact and getting the ball in play and high contact. That's the guys we're going after. On base percentage, let's go. And I don't know if the evaluations were wrong or you saw something that we didn't, but or if it's now a T-Mobile Park thing. I think everything needs to be reevaluated no matter what at the end of the season. That's just from top to bottom, right? Everything should be on the table.
Yeah.
And that's including, the baseball operations department. That's including all of the players. That's including the entire organization as to how this thing runs, because you really want to be in a situation so you set yourself up for success and actually winning and getting to the World Series. I as somebody now that lives in the Pacific Northwest and just become a diehard Mariner fan, I feel bad. I really want to see the Mariners in the World Series.
Yeah.
It's just really weird that there are 30 teams and we're the only team that hasn't even been to one.
Yeah.
It
stinks.
I think that at some point it just enough is enough, right? And it needs to change. Something needs to happen. I don't know if it's a budget thing or not, or a personnel thing. I think you can draw it up a bunch of different ways. I look back from just how things work in baseball. You can buy a championship at the end of the day.
Yeah.
If you're willing to spend the money and pay some fees and incur some costs. I look back at the 1997 Florida Marlins?
Yeah.
Right? Came strong and just won the World Series, and then said, hey, we're just gonna get rid of everyone at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And we're going cheap again. But it just shows you that you can do this. There are multiple avenues to success, and that should be your number one goal. And I think that the success of where they're at, it's like, okay, well, how are you defining success? I think most of the Mariner fans are going to say, well, did you win or did you not? Right? It's not, oh, well, we
were competitive.
We were competitive, and
we almost made it.
We have a great minor league system, right?
No.
And I think that is a good thing to have, but we're in the business of, hey, we want to win at the big league level, and it's great to have like minor league prospects, let's say, but how do we get the best big league roster night in and night out? And yeah, maybe we have to be creative. Maybe we have to overpay. I would actually argue you do have to overpay because of how far away Seattle is.
Yeah, so hitters don't want to hit here.
Yeah,
this is not good for their numbers. So
if you don't have a network here, you don't like hitting here, the weather's here, it's farther away from everything. There's so many.
You got to overpay.
Yeah, so you have to overpay to get, people to show up.
Hey, with the Seahawks taking on the Patriots in New England this Sunday in a game you can catch, right here on Seattle Sports or the Seattle Sports app. You can find the Mariners-Rangers game in its entirety on our sister station 770 KTTH or on the Seattle Sports app. 2 hours of Mariners pregame coverage starts at 11 a.m. First pitch at 1:10 p.m. Let's take two.
Seahawks final injury report of the week is out. A little concerning. Ken Walker and George Fant didn't practice today. They're listed as doubtful, while Jerome Baker with a hamstring and Tyrell Dodson with a shoulder are questionable.
It doesn't feel great based on the way the O-line played in the first game. Having George Fant out, I know he missed the majority of that game, and it didn't look good. I like that it doesn't sound like it's a serious injury, but maybe they're going to baby it a bit. But they need as much as they can get on that O-line, and then both your linebackers being questionable makes me feel a little edgy going into that game.
Yeah, New England's not very good. So
it doesn't. Yeah, it's
but if Dave Wyman has to suit up at linebacker, then that's not.
Well, I mean, if I have to suit up in the bullpen,
right. You're suiting up in the bullpen, Wyman at linebacker.
Dave breaks something on his way running out to the huddle. Something snaps. It's no good. Nobody wins.
Well, Jacob deGrom will make his season debut tonight and his first start since April 28th, 2023. Now, the Rangers can't stay fully healthy, though. Yesterday, Corey Seager was ruled out for the year. He will undergo surgery to repair a sports hernia.
I'm hoping, like you said, Charlie, that they can jump on him early. Maybe he's got some nerves. Maybe he doesn't have his command. Maybe he's catching too much of the plate. Then they can make it a punitive situation for him. I think if they can get to him early and rattle him where he's maybe questioning, oh, man, am I back yet? It's not feeling right. These guys are squaring it up on me. Just give them some doubt.
Yeah. I mean, he's arguably the best pitcher on the planet when he's right. So, it'll be a tough one. I know they wouldn't put him out there if he wasn't ready, and he wouldn't go out there if he wasn't ready personally. So it'll be interesting to see what happens tonight, because I know he'll be excited, but he's not pitching against the White Sox tonight. So he's pitching against a hungry team. I know the Mariners are very hungry and know what's ahead of them, but. They've taken down great pitchers throughout the season. So if they can get to him early, get Victor Robles on base, steal a few more bags like we've been seeing,
I like it.
Get some action going.
Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, we're sitting here with a former reliever, so we'll get some insight on the state of this Mariners bullpen right now. That is coming your way next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in today. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to watch the Seahawks host the Miami Dolphins on September 22nd. Just open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter for your chance to win.
In the back of the end zone, DK. Does he have his feet in it?
You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds will be.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
Do it every day, September 13th through September 17th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Holy catfish!
September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and you may see your favorite football and baseball teams wearing light blue towels, armbands, or ribbons. It's all in an effort to increase awareness of the second most common cancer and the number 2 cause of cancer death for males. Prostate cancer, when detected early, is curable. In Seattle, Swedish Cyberknife offers a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. When other radiation treatments may last 6 to 9 weeks, Swedish Cyberknife treatment is typically 5 days, and each session lasts less than an hour. The system delivers radiation with extreme accuracy, sparing healthy tissue. The vast majority of CyberKnife patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and sauté. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up, the food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers who chonk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Tyler Lockett received a game ball for his one-handed grab on 3rd and 6 to ice Sunday's game against the Broncos. Yesterday, offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb spoke about that play, saying it was kind of their in-case-of emergency call, and it makes sense that it would go to Lockett.
It was our break glass play. You know, we're looking for those plays where when you had to have it, that was going to be the call we made, and that's what we prepared all week. That was our break glass play, and we were ready for it. He's so dialed into game plan. Even if he wasn't taking a practice rep, he knew everything that happened out there. And so I just think, no surprise as far as him being ready to be in that position to make that play.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Shane Company, we'll help you design an engagement ring as unique as your love story. We have the widest selection of diamonds and gemstones for you to choose from, and you can compare them side by side right here in our store. Only at Shane Company can you sift through exquisite diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in a variety of shapes and sizes. We'll help you create your dream engagement ring no matter your price range. Choose the ring setting that speaks to your style, from classic to modern to vintage. We offer so many ways to personalize your ring. Pick your favorite center stone, add a decorative crown and a custom engraving, or select a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, our jewelers know how much your ring means to you. They hand-set each center stone with precision and pride in our jeweler's workshop, so you can feel confident knowing your ring is crafted with the greatest care and comes with an unmatched free lifetime warranty that lets you know we'll always be here for you. Your love story deserves to shine bright. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live at Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in today, sitting in for Dave Wyman. We got the text line there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. We've got mean text coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Mike Lefko has already called all of you stupid. So if you needed any inspiration, that's already taken place.
I don't think it worked. I haven't gotten any.
It didn't work? Nobody went after you after that?
Maybe they're, not to say it again, Bob, but there's a reason. I think they're not the brightest because they can't formulate a mean text. So,
well, we'll see what they come up with. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. So, Charlie, we were just talking during the break about the hitting and everything, but the bullpen has been problematic over the past couple of months. And listen, the attrition they've suffered, I mean, they didn't even have Brash for the year. Santos was the big leverage arm they went out and got. He's given you nothing. He's been hurt pretty much the entire season. You went out and got Jimmy Garcia at the deadline. He's been shut down for the rest of the year. You got nothing out of him. Gabe Spire hurt, ineffective, up, down. Haven't gotten anything out of there. Stanek traded. He was losing his effectiveness. So there's been a lot of turmoil in that bullpen. And I feel like we're starting to see it. And I'm not going to get on Colin Snyder. He's been great. He's been great. Every reliever is going to have a moment, obviously, that's not going to be great. And, in fact, Dan Wilson here talking about just how good Snyder's been. But, hey, man, you ran into a good hitter.
Yeah, he's had an incredible season for us. And he's been a guy that we've been able to really go to there late in the game. And Simeon's a tough hitter. And, I think they caught a couple breaks. And that's just kind of how that went.
Is the bullpen, we always hear hitting's contagious, or not hitting can be contagious. Everybody's trying really hard. Everybody's gripping that bat tighter. If a bullpen is struggling, do you feel like that tension builds amongst everybody there? If it's, this guy had a rough night the night before, this guy before him had a rough night, and everybody's kind of feeling like, we don't have a ton of slack with this offense. I got to be perfect, yet we've been struggling. Is that a trickle-down effect at all when it comes to the bullpen?
I think it can have a trickle-down effect, especially if you're in a one-year deal, too. Knowing at the end of the year, these numbers are vitally important not only for the team, but when you look at it from an individual standpoint in trying to make sure you have a job next year, that's when you look at a lot of the guys in the bullpen, that's just the nature of how it is. You are on a one-year deal, what have you done for me lately type of business. So you don't have any room for slack. You don't really have any room for error. So when you look at how this bullpen's been constructed and what they've gone through injury-wise and performance-wise, there's been some bright spots, but certainly it's been a tough one to watch. And, going into the offseason, reevaluating how that bullpen looks, it's just, you realize how much depth you need, but you also realize there is a sense of having maybe a veteran presence down there that has gotten the job done from time to time, and how valuable that is, especially if you are going to gamble and say, hey, we're just going to try and catch lightning in a bottle with all these relievers that no one knows about, but we know he's got good stuff. We can turn him around, throw him in the bullpen, boom, lights out. A bunch of relievers come to mind that kind of have been reinvented with the Mariners. But it's
Sewald being chief amongst them.
Yeah, perfect example. But it's hard to continue to be effective in that approach, knowing that you're relying on guys that have had some failure, and in a sense like, hey, they're going to turn around here. They still have good stuff. So I think when you construct a bullpen, I do think it's valuable to go after some high leverage relief. And you look at other teams, they spend more money in the bullpen, right? And they realize that there are times when you are in the 6th or 7th inning, and that's the save moment. That's the biggest moment of the game. And you got to rely on some guys to come get it done in the middle relief corps. So I'm obviously maybe a little biased based on my prior experience with the team. I'm a big believer in investing in the bullpen because the bullpen can shut the door down when you are in situations when you need it to be shut.
Yeah.
And can come in and get that done. And it's just hard to do it when you are relying on new guys every year, right? It's hard to rely on that performance and execution to happen.
Were you a fan of sort of established roles, if you will? Like, all right, this is our closer, you're our 8th inning guy, you're our 7th. Everybody's kind of got a role that's defined. It doesn't mean it's a hard and fast rule every game, but it feels like this is more of outside of Munoz being your closer. It's kind of all right. Who's the hot hand? Who's ready to go physically? Obviously, things like that. Do you like more of a loose, free flowing? All right, we're going to go with a hot hand here, or do you like this is his spot? This is his spot.
I generally like this is his spot, and with the flexibility of, he is our 8th inning guy, but I think it's more of a flex, right? Like you're a 7th to 8th inning guy, depending on the situation. And then, looking at it from like let's say the lower end, I don't know how you explain it, but like the lower end relievers, the middle relievers that aren't in the high leverage situations, they still have good stuff, but they tend to be in games that aren't, the game's already lost, right? Or the game's already won.
They're eating innings.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And I think that's the key to unlocking some of these bullpen guys is gambling on situations, saying, okay, I want to see what this guy's made of. Let's put him in a high leverage situation, because it only makes your bullpen that much stronger. And knowing that if he got the job done in the 7th or 8th inning when he normally pitches in blowout games, then that's going to give him the confidence that he needs to get the job done. And when push comes to shove late in the season and your guys are dragging, you can rely on a pitcher that's been there, that I threw into a high leverage game in the middle of June and he got it done. So he can rely on that situation to then go, hey, if it's a tie ball game in the 9th inning and we're not bringing in Mooney yet, I got to come in and get the job done. So you really, I think, can challenge guys throughout the year, learn a lot about what they can do, and put them in situations that ultimately will lead to success. But I think that's part of baseball. You kind of have to gamble a little bit, because you don't know what you don't know. And if you're only relying on guys to get the job done, the same 7th, 8th inning guys, which I think is a good approach, mixed in with, maybe that 7th or 8th inning guy is down. Hey, telling that guy today, hey, we're putting you in the game.
Yeah.
So he knows that it's not just when the phone rings, your head turns and goes, oh, who's they calling on? Is it me?
Yeah.
Is it me? Okay. So I think you can open up a whole new approach and a whole new way of showing some opportunities to guys that wouldn't normally get it.
Hey, we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks take on the Miami Dolphins in person. And all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you don't already have the app, I'm surprised, because everybody's got the app. It's a cool thing out there. But if you don't, simply text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Tuesday, September 17th. All right, coming up, our champion complainer has had a whole week to build up to this moment. What's bugging Bob? Coming your way next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park at Edgar's Cantina. This is Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Brady Henderson's in. I'm not willing to crown Mike McDonald after one game. Look, we've got to see if he's going to be anywhere near as good of a head coach as Pete Carroll was, the most successful coach in franchise history. But based on that one game, Mike, I got a feeling in retrospect, I don't think that was a very well-coached team the last few years. And I wonder if we are going to see this season play out. I wonder if this could be an indictment on some of the coaching challenges they had and just how ill-prepared they were last year compared to this year.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation, through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. The majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Offer ends 9/22/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Stacey Rost here. It's time to recognize a woman in our sports community with the 2024 Women of Inspiration Award. The nominations are in, and the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events, needs your help selecting a winner. Voting is open now until September 20th at woiseattle.org. The winner will receive a generous cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Help honor a local woman today. Vote by September 20th at woiseattle.org.
Listen throughout the week to the Mariners Player Spotlight.
Ever since I got here, I want to win a World Series in Seattle, and this city's starving for another winning team.
Presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CLEAN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CLEAN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CLEAN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Did you know about the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program? You can get an $80 benefit card to spend at local farmers markets. Use it to buy seasonal fruits, vegetables, and honey. Just bring your new SFMNP card with you when you shop. When you make a purchase, the grower will scan your card. Then you'll confirm the purchase with your PIN.
You're all set. Enjoy those tomatoes.
Thank you, I will. Find participating markets, local contacts, and more info at seniorfmnp.com. That's seniorfmnp.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
What's bugging Bob?
It could be traffic.
Hey.
It might be Angels fans.
I hate you, I don't even know you.
And it's definitely Stephen A. Smith.
I got a lot of problems with you people.
It's time to find out what's bugging Bob.
What's Bugging Bob, presented by Issaquah Pest Control. Reminder, coming up at the top of the hour, Rangers broadcaster Jared Sandler will join us, give us some insight on this Texas Rangers team. So that's coming up at 3 o'clock. Stay tuned for that. We incorporated in for the first time some audio messages earlier in the week, and we'll continue to do that. It's hard to do it when we're on remote, so we're not going to do it today. But for those of you that missed that, if you open the Seattle Sports app, just right there on the very front page, you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see a little tab that says Call In. It's right next to the home button. Hit that Call In tag, and then you can just record your message of what's bugging you. Just start it out with what's bugging me is, and then just unload, like Matt does. He's our world champion, our gold medalist in complaining. Matt Nelson is here. But just for future reference, we'll get back to it next week, some of your audio complaints. So, again, it's on the Seattle Sports app at the bottom of the front page there. It's the call-in tab, and then just hit that. You're ready to go. But let's start with Matt and what's got him going today.
Oh, sorry, you need me, Bob? I'm busy. Lefko left his laptop open, so I've just typed poop into a Word document 1,000 times.
Yes.
I think you should tweet out from his account, too.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Just tweet out poop.
1,000
Just
poops.
1,000 poops.
Just no explanation, just that word, tweet it out.
How would it be any different than his regular tweets? I mean, people would know.
Have the same value to it. Yeah. What do you got, man?
This week, it was beautiful out, so I had the windows down while I was driving down Eastlake on my way to get home. And I listened to a ridiculous amount of podcasts, like an unhealthy amount of podcasts. And one of the podcasts I listened to is like they dissect conspiracy theories, like where they come from, what do people believe? And they play like clips of other podcasts that believe that conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
And while I was turning left, someone pulled up to me. And I kind of didn't realize that I had my windows down. I was listening to this podcast loud. And they're going on, I think that episode was like about flat earth theories.
Mm-hmm.
And I just catch a glimpse of the person next to me look through their window and look at me. And there's just someone in Seattle who thinks I listen to flat earth conspiracy theory podcasts now.
They thought you...
This guy.
He's a believer.
Like, look, believe what you want. I really don't care. But I don't like people thinking that I believe that. Just driving through Seattle, listening to my flat earth conspiracy podcast.
They were looking at your bumper stickers and just cataloging it, going, look at this guy. He
Look at this
thinks the
weirdo.
earth is flat. He's listening to the Cranberries in his car.
That's true.
No air conditioning?
Oh, I've got AC, but I mean, it's a beautiful day. I want to feel the fresh air.
Yep.
We're only going to be able to do that for like another week or so.
It's
So I'm
very
trying
true.
to
Very
enjoy
true.
it while we still have it.
The weather's changing as we're sitting here. It was actually kind of hot when we got here, and now it's a little cloud cover with the sun peeking through. It feels nice. Still a nice day for baseball, but yeah. So, all right, there's our flat earther, Matt Nelson.
Don't you dare spread that.
What about you, Charlie? What Sky you got? Doesn't have to be sports related. It can be sports related. Maybe it's about being a new dad, not getting enough sleep, babysitting, running errands. I don't know. What's going on with you?
I would say I'm going to give a shout out to all of the Husky and Cougars out there. Apple Cup this weekend. I mean, come on, right? Doesn't it just not feel normal?
Yeah. Does this have any juice at all?
Yeah.
I feel like outside of the hardcores, the alums, they're excited, and I'm excited to see it, but it doesn't have the juice or the spice of the traditional Apple Cup. It's the third game of the season at Lumen.
Yeah,
it feels weird.
It does. I hope we all have a good taste in our mouths at the end of the weekend. That it was a success, but.
Is that bugging you? That
it's like
kind of flat.
It doesn't. Yeah, there's no excitement about it, and I just look at Rewind last year how amazing the game was. I mean, the Cougs almost took down the Huskies, right? It was amazing.
Are you leaning one way or the other?
I'd like to say maybe due to a little personal relationship, I am more of a Cougar. Let's say.
Did your wife go to WSU?
Yeah, she did. She did.
Oh, okay.
She did. So,
okay.
I am.
So you have to lean that way.
Yeah.
I think that's understandable. I always root for whichever team has the most at stake. Because I didn't go to either school, so I'm just like whichever team is. Generally, it's at the end of the year, so it's been established that hey, this team has a chance to get to this bowl game or maybe even a national title game, and this one doesn't have as much on the line. I'll root for the one that's got the most on the line. Now they're both 2-0. They both played, questionable competition, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And Texas Tech a little better than what the Huskies played last week, but yeah, you're 2-0. It's the third game of the season. It's just kind of. where is it? Where's the juice?
So
I'll be curious to see what kind of crowd they get there. Like, is it going to be packed? Is it going to be
right?
Wall to wall? Is it going to be 30,000? Is it going to be 40,000? I don't have any sense for this game at all now.
No. So that's what's bugging me, Bob.
All right. What are you a big college football guy?
I would say more NFL based, but I like my college football. I went to LSU, so follow the Tigers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're an LSU fan. Are you a Seahawks fan? Have you been converted?
Oh yes, big time. You want to know my very first Seahawk game?
Yeah.
Okay. So, everyone remembers this moment, but I couldn't believe it. It was the game against the 49ers where Sherman did the tip interception.
Yeah.
And it was the first game I've ever been to, and it blew me away. It was the loudest thing I've ever experienced.
That was your first Seahawks game or first NFL game?
No, first Seahawk game.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh. Incredible.
Yeah,
Incredible.
You kind of started out way too high, man. Everything's going to pale in comparison.
Yeah, it was absolutely epic.
Did you ever heard volume like that in the stadium?
No. It was like body shaking. What is happening right now? This is nothing like formerly Safeco.
Yeah. It's crazy how loud that building
I think I said
get.
that to my compadres. I said, man, even if we had half the fans that were this passionate about Mariner games. But, baseball is a little different. It's a different sport.
So, fan base has to pace themselves.
Yeah.
You got 81 home games,
Plenty of time to see the action, yeah.
A Tuesday against the A's in May isn't going to get the juices flowing for a lot of fans.
Yeah, totally get it.
But we saw it here in 22.
Unreal.
I was sitting in the stands. I was a spectator in the stands when Cal hit the clincher.
I was at the right next to the home dugout, and wow, unreal.
Yeah, that was emotional. I had tears.
Well, it was a tank of a home run too.
Oh yeah,
I mean, not
off the windows.
Unbelievable, right? I mean, that was.
That you want to know what brings everybody together? Moment like that.
Yeah.
In that moment, strangers hugging each other. There was like beer just flying everywhere in the stands. I see everybody has got tears and they're hugging, and it's just unity, and everybody is just together in that moment. And unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on it going into the off season, and we've seen what's happened since. But yeah, that volume that was here was in that electricity in this building. That was pretty cool.
Fan base is strong in Seattle, so. They show up.
Yeah, that was odd. They love this team. They're just aching for them to give them a reason to go crazy. Just give them a reason to go nuts. All right. Again, we'll do that next week. We'll do some more of your audio submissions there. Just go to the front page of the Seattle Sports app. In the bottom left-hand side, you'll see that call-in tab. Just hit that and start recording. Try to keep it around 30 seconds if you can. And just start it out with what's bugging me, and you'll hear maybe you'll hear yourself next week. All right, coming up, he might hate the Astros even more than we do, which I think is tough to do because I really hate the Astros. Plus, we'll get some good insight on Jacob deGrom from the Texas Rangers broadcaster Jared Sandler. He's going to join us next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in for Wyman at Seattle Sports on 710.
In week 2, the Seahawks head to New England to face the new-look Patriots.
Check in the dictionary under answer, and that's what the Seahawks offense just did.
Can Coach McDonald's defense continue their dominance in Foxborough?
Goes back in the middle, intercepted, and it's Rick Woolen who steps right in front of the receiver, Cortland Sutton.
Seahawks, Patriots, kickoff at 10 a.m. Pre-game coverage starting at 7.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
On your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Is something bugging you? If you're dealing with a pest problem, get the relief you need and the long-term protection you deserve with Issaquah Pest Control. Look, rodents and bugs can ruin your insulation or the structure of your home or business. Before it becomes a more costly issue, call Issaquah Pest Control, the fast, kind, and professional pest control service. And if you're in the pest control business or have an interest, they're hiring, so join the team. Issaquah Pest Control, serving the entire Puget Sound. IssaquahPest.com.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
With Floor Coverings International, the mobile flooring showroom comes to you. Book an appointment, pick out the flooring you like, and they'll order and install it for you. It's that easy. Visit FCIFloors.com to book an appointment. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about following the law. All of them. Speeding, failure to signal, gabbing on the phone, sleeping while your car drives you.
Your destination.
There are many reasons an officer has the right to pull you over and then investigate for DUI. And that creates stress and anxiety, and no one needs more of that. We hear all the time that folks feel a DUI investigation shouldn't develop unless they displayed signs of impaired driving, like kissing the curb or crossing the line. But the police are doing their job, and they save lives. Avoid being pulled over by following all the laws, even when your car is the one that's loaded. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to schedule your free consultation for any criminal offense. A minor traffic infraction can lead to a serious DUI, so don't give the police a reason to pull you over, and never drink and drive.
1-800-DUI-AWAY!
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them.
Oh no, they're about to.
Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, some tough news for the San Francisco 49ers, potentially. Christian McCaffrey has officially been ruled out for the Sunday's game against the Minnesota Vikings, according to head coach Kyle Shanahan. McCaffrey didn't feel right with limited participation in Thursday's practice, and placing McCaffrey on the injured reserve, which would mean missing at least 4 more games, is now part of the conversation, according to the head coach. So looking at some time away for Christian McCaffrey. Meanwhile, Chiefs wide receiver Marquise Hollywood Brown is scheduled for surgery. Coach Andy Reid saying Brown could miss the remainder of the season. His quote, "It's not going to be weeks, more like months."
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mariners getting set for Game 2 of their series against the Texas Rangers. We are coming to you live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in for Dave Wyman. And joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, Rangers broadcaster Jared Sandler back with us. Jared, how are you, man?
Guys, I'm great until I heard that little sports update. That was the most depressing thing ever. McCaffrey going to the IR and then Hollywood Brown out for the season. Like, can we not get any positive news on there? It's just like all injuries and guys dying out of their careers.
And fans get mad if you don't share this news because it affects their fantasy team and all of that. So we got to keep them up to date on the bad news with injuries. It's week 1 and you already got some key members going down. It's tough.
I'm glad I didn't have the first pick in any of my drafts because I sure would have drafted Christian McCaffrey, and I'd be paying for it right now, huh?
Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Hey, you know what's funny is in the tease going into this segment, Lefko wrote he might hate the Astros even more than we do. I don't know, Jared, that's possible. I don't know that it's possible.
It is. Guys, I'm stuck in this damn state with the Astros. All right, you guys are in the Pacific Northwest, 2 time zones away. I got people that I work with who are from Houston. I got family that lives in Houston. I got friends who are from Houston. That has to be the least desirable city in America. Guys, I spent a summer in Great Falls, Montana. Charlie, I hope you never had to play in the Pioneer League and go to Great Falls, Montana. I don't think you did.
I did not.
I would rank Great Falls, Montana over Houston. And so I know why Mike brought that up, because Mike asked me yesterday, because obviously the Rangers have a chance to play spoiler.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't want to say anything that's going to get me in trouble. I guess I'll just say this. I want Jacob deGrom to go 5 perfect innings tonight. What happens after that whatever happens, it is what it is. I do not want to see the Astros make the playoffs, but I'm too competitive. Once the first pitch is thrown, I can't root for the Mariners.
Right.
But if at the end of the game the Mariners score more runs than the Rangers, it will not be hard for me to go to sleep at night knowing what that could mean to the Astros.
Yeah, okay. You and I are simpatico then. We're on the same page because I just detest that whole organization. You're right. The city blows too. But
yeah, they all suck.
It's when you look from the outside and you look at this Mariner team that had a 10-game lead in the middle of June. And now here we are trailing. It's 3.5. It's 4.5. It's 5. It's an amazing swing. What's your? And I don't know how much you've had a chance to even really focus or look at the Mariners this season. But when you see something like that, what's your impression of this team just from the outside looking in?
It's bizarre. I mean, and I've been on with you guys before, and I think you guys know. I mean, I've always been pretty bullish on the Mariners, and I've been proven wrong year after year, I guess save for a couple years ago. But, I mean, so many things lined up, right? You know, I thought on paper the Mariners going into the season, because of the starting pitching, they were a more formidable opponent to dethrone the Astros and the Rangers in the AL West. But, you know, the Rangers obviously defending World Series champions, and it's not like the Rangers lost a whole lot. But all right, so the Rangers have really been out of the picture for, I don't know, a couple months, maybe 6 weeks. And you've got the Astros. They didn't get off to a great start. And the thing that just gets me is that what the Mariners have had, 7, 8 starting pitchers all year? I mean, usually these days that's a pretty dang good formula because, you know, that means that your guys are staying healthy. And, you know, the Mariners rotation is as good as any. You guys are watching Julio on a daily basis. It just blows my mind that when I look at his stats here in September, he still has. We are in September. He still has an OPS that starts with a 6, or maybe it crept above. I don't know, but it's not. The fact that it's not starting with an 8 is just I don't know. And I've talked to players on other teams, a few catchers around the league, and asked them specifically about Julio. And, they all talk about, maybe there's a hole in the swing and he can be exposed in certain areas. And I stopped playing in high school and I couldn't pitch to save my life. Charlie can obviously talk about that way better than I can, but that to me is what's really baffling. I know it's not on one guy. I mean, the Rangers lineup has struggled mightily this year, and a lot of people have tried to put it solely on Adolis Garcia, but it's not just him. It's Marcus Semien, it's Jonah Heim, it's Nathaniel Lowe, it's the absence of Josh Young, it's Evan Carter getting hurt. I mean, it's so much, and that's the same with this Mariners team. But it blows my mind that they just haven't been able to score enough to be the best team in this division because they're not perfect, but man, that's a really good rotation, and to not be winning a division with that rotation is tough to believe.
Yeah, totally. Well, speaking of scoring runs, let's dive into the Mariners' chances tonight. DeGrom making his comeback, second Tommy John. Any insight about how he's looked, how he's feeling? I tend to think he's one of the better, if not best, pitcher on the planet when he's right. So I know it's going to be a tough one for the Mariners, but what have you seen so far? What have you heard?
Yeah, I mean, I can't gauge how amped he'll be and how that could impact him, good or bad, right? Some of those things. But watching the videos of, and I'm not talking about just watching like the pitching ninja highlights, but I took time to watch each of his rehab starts, and I mean, I'll tell you what, when he was in spring training pitching last year, which was the first time we were all exposed to him kind of, up front and close and personal, I mean, it was something else. I mean, I don't know. Watching guys just throw bullpens in spring training, it's cool, but it's not that exciting. But watching Jacob deGrom throw his bullpen or watching him pitch in a B game, that was pretty cool. And, I think what gets lost sometimes is that, yeah, he's got this electric fastball and he's got this unreal slider and he throws hard and all that. But, I mean, his control, his command is just like it's pretty special. He's talked about, when he gets amped up, he's not able to control his fastball glove side, that he doesn't get it down enough when he tries to throw glove side and maybe leaves it up. And so that's something, I guess, to see. But it's tough to take anything away from any rehab for anyone, obviously, definitive. But gosh, I mean, the numbers look pretty good. And I think on one occasion he had to go to the bullpen after his 2 innings or 3 innings because he threw too few pitches and he was just too efficient and they wanted him to get his pitch count up there. I wouldn't expect to see him for more than 5 innings. And the Rangers bullpen is pretty weak in that 6th, 7th innings range. So, the best bet for the Mariners would maybe to shave an inning off of that, try get him out at 4 innings. And get 3 innings of the Rangers bullpen before you could maybe get to Robertson and Yates. But, yeah, I mean, all reports are he's looked good. The velocity's been there, and they've been conservative with his return, right? This isn't, on the 12-month side of things. This is on the 14-month side, and they have not pushed him to try and get him out there sooner to impact some playoff race or anything.
Well, the 7th and 8th bullpen arms last night seemed to have their way with the Mariners, so I don't know how much of a break that is with this lineup. But, Jared, I'm curious just from, we've got a very, I'd say a very agitated fan base out here. This is the only team in Major League Baseball that's never been to a World Series, much less win. So there's a lot of angst and hand-wringing going on out here. So I'm curious what it's like out there with, as you mentioned, defending World Series champs. You guys have a title. What were the expectations coming into this season, and when did it become clear, like, all right, this just isn't happening, and how have the fans reacted to that?
Yeah, well, the expectations are that the Cowboys would maybe win a playoff game and that the Cowboys would extend back and CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons, and the Cowboys are 1-0. So I mean, it does stink, now that the football season started. I kind of wish there was a little more disappointment vocalized by the DFW fan base. The Rangers fan base, right? Every team's got their ride or dies 365, and I think those folks who have been in tune probably about a month ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, figured out, all right, this is not going to be a playoff team. So now the attention's maybe been turned to the growth of Wyatt Langford and the return of Jacob deGrom, which the payoff there is tonight, and following Kamar Rocker who, we didn't know he was going to end up pitching this year in the big leagues, but getting to watch him last night and stuff like that. But I would say middle of the year, there was a lot of frustration, which it stinks that the performance of the team led to that. But gosh, the Rangers were pretty irrelevant from 2017 through 2022. And last year, it obviously grew as the season went on, the interest, but it was out of nowhere, right? It wasn't like a 3-year build where they were knocking on the doorstep or anything like that. And so it just kind of stinks that they weren't able to follow it up this year with, another momentum building type season to prove that, they're here to stay as a competitive team. Now, they have all the talent and opportunity to bounce back next year and be right back in the mix. But yeah, I would say that about a month ago or so, it really kind of hit ahead when it was do or die time, and the Rangers just couldn't quite get it done. And there were a lot of disappointed fans, that's great. And I remember, you guys, I don't need to tell you this, but like when Cal Raleigh hit the home run a couple years ago and the excitement, and that stuff's so cool to see. And, as an organization that hadn't won a World Series prior to last season, and getting to experience that through the eyes of the players, the coaches, the staff, but the fans, I think maybe that's part of the reason why I do pull for Seattle, is because I want that fan base to be able to experience it. I want you guys to, get to talk about that, and hopefully, I don't know, maybe the next 6 against the Rangers will help make that happen, and then whoever else the Mariners have left, and the Astros can lose every game the rest of the season.
Wouldn't that be delightful?
That would be delightful.
Oh.
They're honestly, guys, is there, so I went to USC. I guess I kind of am not supposed to like UCLA. Growing up in Dallas, you have your rivalries. I do not think that there is a sports team or like an entity in my life that doesn't impact like the health of my family that I despise more than the Astros. It is unhealthy that on game 1 of a 162 game season, I am scoreboard watching them and fist pumping when Josh Hader gives up like a game tying home run in the 9th inning to like Davis Schneider or something. I just can't stand these guys. So I beg of Julio Rodriguez and the Mariners lineup, score some runs, maybe not against the Rangers. I don't know. It's a weird thing for me to root for that, but definitely in all the other games the rest of the year.
Now, was that true before the whole cheating scandal? Did you hate them this much, or did that that threw gas on the already burning fire then?
Yeah, let's be real here. The cheating scandal was, that just exacerbated everything. And to some degree, you kind of feel good about things when you're like, hey, this is my thing, and it's not like everyone else's. So the cheating scandal, in a way, like kind of drowned out the DFW sports fan. It's like, no, like we've been saying they suck for years. Like we don't like them. Like what? Don't tell us.
This is our hate.
All of a sudden, but then you realize there's community in this, right? Every time that Alex Bregman gets booed in some random ballpark, you like it. But I think where it really started for me, guys, and I think where it started for a lot of people, and mind you, I grew up in Dallas, right? So Dallas and Houston have a rivalry, always have. That's a humid, yucky city. Seriously. Charlie, you went to LSU, right? I'm sure you got plenty of people. Yeah, how, gosh, like New Orleans at least has like awesome personality and culture. Houston just sucks. So, but where it really, from a baseball standpoint, guys, I think where it really kind of became a thing was in 2015, which was Houston's first year of really being relevant again. They had you guys might remember, they had this huge lead in the division, and then the Rangers came back, won the division, and that's when the rivalry really was born, because they were in the National League for so long. But that year, Astros fans not only acted like they had invented baseball because all of a sudden they had a competitive team, but there was also a lot of Nolan versus John Daniels stuff, and Nolan had gone over from the Rangers, and then that was, I think, his first or maybe his second year with the Astros. And there was just a lot of animosity that was built up, not amongst Nolan and John Daniels, but the fan base and Astros fans saying, we stole your secret ingredient, and Rangers fans saying, he's not doing it, he's just waving and shaking hands. And there was just a lot of animosity that was built up then. And I think that's when we really realized that there's nothing redeeming about Houston or the Astros.
Man, that is just great to hear.
I love it.
Absolutely great to hear, because it from a player's perspective, it's just the worst type of feeling that you get after living that scandal and knowing that ultimately, as a pitcher, too, they're taking money out of your pocket. So your performance is being, I always said I would rather face the guy. I'd rather face a lineup full of guys on steroids than, guys that know what I'm throwing.
Yeah.
Totally takes away from everything.
And
I
know you guys all love Kyle Seager, right? Well, Corey lived that too, playing for the Dodgers. And I'll tell you, he does not, when he hit some of those big home runs against the Astros last year in the playoffs, they meant a little something more, to him. And I think to him representing his Dodgers teammates too. I mean, he's talked about it, maybe not publicly so much, but that still stings. It's despicable that Major League Baseball basically let them get away with a couple slaps on the wrist and a fine. I mean, that's really what it came down to. That should have been I hate to say this, but that should have been a franchise-altering punishment that obviously didn't happen that way.
Yeah, it's I couldn't agree with you. I'm in lockstep with every part of that, man, and I too am rooting for the Mariners. So let's see what they can get done. Jared, always fun to talk to you, man. Really appreciate you taking a few minutes with us, and we'll see how the season plays out. Maybe we can rejoice together if the Astros just face plant and the Mariners somehow get hot.
I wouldn't hate it, fellas. Have a great weekend. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, Jared. There you go. Jared Sandler, Rangers broadcaster and fellow Astros hater.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. You and I have never really talked about that, and my hate for the Astros is well chronicled on this show. Part of it for me is, the cheating thing. You can't do it. You can't do it. It's wrong. But I don't think they're unique. I'm sure there are other teams that were doing the same thing. Red Sox, others have been accused. It was the way they handled it. It was the way they responded to it that really drove me nuts. And there was a smugness and arrogance from Bregman and Correa going, okay, it's enough. Remember, they didn't have to face any opposing fan bases. That was in the pandemic season when they were playing to empty buildings, so they didn't have to wear it. And he's right. There wasn't a single player that suffered a punishment there. Front office did. They got fined. Guys lost their jobs. But the players, the perpetrators, nothing.
Yeah.
And it was and they just handled it. Bregman was kind of I guess we're sorry, kind of that thing. And you're just like, oh, you're so punchable.
Yeah.
They didn't handle it well. And they tried to turn themselves into victims when Dusty Baker came in and took over. Like, hey, think of the kids hearing this stuff. And they're like, no. These guys haven't had to pay on any level for what transpired.
Totally.
Now they get to hear it. Now they hear it from opposing fan bases. It's not enough. They had the luxury of getting popped for it, and then it being the pandemic season where they didn't have to be in front of angry fans.
Yeah, and you just want to show some remorse, right? Like that you did something horribly wrong. And I think we could sit here all day and argue what the punishment would be and what the correct way to handle it is. I think we can all agree that Manfred could have done a better job handling this situation. And, I think wanting to uncover everything, you have to face the music and say, well, sometimes the best players or whatever it is have to face the consequences of what's going on. And that makes me wonder, if this whole thing, you bring up Bregman, he's a younger guy at the time. So I'm pretty sure he's not the architect of the whole thing going down, right? Mm-hmm. So you wonder at the dynamic of a team if it's more from a veteran standpoint, and this is being instituted offensively, whether you say something or not, or you say, okay, well, everyone's doing it, so I might as well jump on board.
Right.
So, where's the integrity lie in yourself? And if you're a young kid and you want to keep playing, is this going to
keeping your mouth shut?
Yeah, is this going to send me down to AAA? So it's a unfortunate thing that happened. And it sucks, and we hate the Astros because of it.
That's exactly right. Hey, I saw this. This is, how would you respond to this? Do you see this story about Minnesota Twins? They released their minor league catcher Derek Bender yesterday after he was telling opposing hitters the types of pitches that were coming to the plate during at-bats in a game last week that eliminated his team from playoff contention. He's a 6th-round draft pick. Play out of Coastal Carolina in July, playing in Fort Myers Mighty Muscles, the Twins single-A affiliate. In the second game of a September 6th doubleheader, he told multiple hitters for the Lakeland Flying Tigers, a Detroit farm team.
Former team.
Yeah. The specific pitches being thrown by starter Ross Dunn.
Wow.
What? He's going Crash Davis from Bull Durham trying to teach his pitcher a lesson, but it doesn't sound like that was the motivation. What is he doing?
I guess he had a vacation to get to, or decided he doesn't want to play baseball ever again. Because that's what's going to happen.
Well, it said Bender had told teammates he wanted the season to be over.
Yeah.
So he's going to single-handedly. Here's a fastball. Here comes breaking ball.
Unbelievable. I mean, that get you blackballed from the game. You know, what kind of teammate are you?
Sixth-round pick.
Right? You're a sixth-round pick, too. It's not like you were, just hanging in there, 30th rounder. Wow.
I mean, if you're the guy on the mound... And he's telling the hitter, here's what's coming. How do you respond to that? Or do you just want to choke this guy to death?
Yeah, I would say it's a classic. Those are fighting tactics that, because like I said before, it's taking money out of your pocket, right?
Yeah.
You have an opportunity at hand, and someone's taking it away from you.
Quickly, one more before we get to the break. I'm curious to get this from you. Giants right-handed pitcher Logan Webb admits he was incredibly hungover during the All-Star game. And he talked, he says it was probably one of the more hungover days I've been, the day of the All-Star game. I take responsibility for that. I was having a blast, cool experience watching the Derby, talking about everything they did the night before in the middle of Cowboy Stadium. And then he said he woke up, his wife woke him up the next day, and he's like, oh, this is going to be a rough one. He said, I was nervous. I was excited, had a lot of Red Bulls. I got Tylenol. I'm trying to get the hangover out of me. And I wasted all of my good pitches in the bullpen. That was all I had. I wasted all of them. Then I go from the bullpen. I jog to the mound. The only thing I'm thinking is don't throw up. Don't throw up. Don't throw up. So he goes out there and he ends up getting shelled because he's hungover. Yeah. I know it's an All-Star game. And he said he was walking in the dugout, after he got pulled, and the other guys are like, who gives a bleep? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, we're at a point now where the All-Star game doesn't mean anything, right? Like it used to mean consequences in the playoff, right? You're the home team advantage if you won the All-Star game. So,
well, in the closing statement, now the Dodgers and Giants hate each other.
Yeah.
Hate each other. It's like Cubs Cardinals. It's one of those rivalries. Yankees Red Sox. He says, I do know some fans were mad at me because a certain someone didn't get the All-Star game MVP because he would have had we won the game. You know who I'm talking about. It's all right. I'm good with it. He's talking about Shohei Ohtani, a Dodger, not getting the MVP because they lost, because he went out there and stunk it up.
Yeah.
If you needed any more hate in that rivalry, he's kind of already saying, yeah, I blew it because I was hungover and your guy didn't get the MVP, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Maybe MLB needs to add an extra day in that All-Star break and say, hey, for all the All-Stars, maybe take a day to recover, and then we'll play the All-Star game.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. The festivities are strong. It's a one-of-one experience, and it'll be a highlight for almost all these players in their career.
Yeah.
So it's sometimes hard to not indulge yourself and say, hey, I'm going to go have fun.
Yeah.
And hopefully
it showed.
I was going to say, sometimes you can get away with it, I guess, but
not that one.
This one didn't work so hot.
No. All right. Coming up, there was a discussion from earlier this week. Wanted to get Charlie's thoughts on. We're going to do that next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush, and this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Brady Henderson's in. I'm not willing to crown Mike McDonald after one game. Look, we've got to see if he's going to be anywhere near as good of a head coach as Pete Carroll was, the most successful coach in franchise history. But based on that one game, Mike, I got a feeling in retrospect, I don't think that was a very well-coached team the last few years. And I wonder if we are going to see this season play out. I wonder if this could be an indictment on some of the coaching challenges they had and just how ill-prepared they were last year compared to this year.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If you're looking for fun, breathtaking views and outdoor dining, Snoqualmie Casino's the place for you. It's Mike Salk here for Snoqualmie Casino. No matter if it's a meeting like I've done, a night out with friends, a big date night with my wife, I know Snoqualmie Casino has it all. Plus, they open their outdoor dining, so come enjoy dinner overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. 12 Moons and Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood offer outdoor dining, so grab a seat and dig in. You can browse the menus at snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Driving safely is all about the little things, like stopping for folks who are crossing the street, even at unmarked crosswalks. making plenty of space for people on bikes, and choosing to wait for the next green light by slowing down and stopping on yellow. Because when you're driving, you're the biggest and fastest on the road. And that means you gotta be the safest too. Together, we get there. A message from the Washington Traffic Safety Commission.
At Shane Company, we make finding your perfect engagement ring fun and easy. Because let's be honest, you might feel a little stressed out. We get it. That's why we do all the hard stuff. It's our job to bring you the biggest selection of beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones, so many amazing settings, and all the customization your heart desires. We've got your style and your price range covered, and we're here to guide you every step of the way. Come in for a warm welcome and leave with your dream ring and an experience you'll never forget. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tired of ads interrupting your favorite news podcasts? Good news! Ad-free listening on Amazon Music is included with your Prime membership. Stay up to date on everything newsworthy with podcasts like The Daily, Up First, and 5 Things Uninterrupted at Amazon.com/ad-free. Just head to Amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Mike McDonald joined Steve Rabel on KIRO FM today to talk about the matchup with the Patriots Sunday. He was asked about the similarities between the Seahawks Week 1 win and the Patriots Week 1 win, with both teams rushing for over 140 yards and holding their opponents under 300 total yards. This is what he had to say about having a similar approach to the team that they'll face Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it's tried and true in the NFL. I mean, that's points are going to ultimately win games, but you have to play complementary football. You have to be able to control the line of scrimmage. I mean, these are old school principles that have been, tried the test of time, and over and over and over again are the things that decide games in the NFL. Along with great situational football, smart football, complementary football, all those things. Those are the things that we pride ourselves on.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me. Let me show you. And then having him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, cross the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ way is
The Lee Johnson Auto family.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to Jared Sandler, Rangers broadcaster, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, it will be on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that, and it's right there waiting for you, especially if you are of like mind and you who detest the Houston Astros. You're going to love him. So enjoy that conversation. And don't forget to click subscribe, by the way. Football Fridays are powered by the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook. One thing we were talking about earlier this week, Charlie, was Edgar Martinez, I don't know if you saw this, did an interview with Adam Jude and talked about not wanting to overload hitters with analytics. You know, he talked about, you know, he's not worried about if a ball leaves at 120 miles an hour. If your average stinks, you're not squaring the ball up. He's more old school rather than talking about launch angle and exit velo and all of that stuff. And some people were like, oh, my God, how can he say that? And others are, like, embracing it. I'm of the mind that there's got to be a middle ground. Neither are absolute. You can't go, well, it's all analytics, and here's what the numbers say, and if it doesn't say it here, then it's not true. And there's also got to be, go with your gut. What are your eyes telling you about this player? What is, you know, hopefully the manager can rely on that and meld the two, right? But at this point with the offense relying heavily on analytics, maybe more than most organizations, it hasn't worked. I'm not saying it's because it's analytics, but maybe that's how they built this team based on these numbers, and this is the team they've assembled. It hasn't worked. Offense isn't new this year. Offensive problems is not new. It's been a problem for the past few seasons. So why not go the other way? We've been traveling down this road. Let's travel down this road now because this isn't working. So let's bring in more of a feel, more of a guy who's going with his gut or going with his eyes like Edgar's talking about here. And Adam Jude talked about this, said he doesn't think throwing out analytics is necessarily the answer, but their team-wide approach to hitting is clearly not working.
It's been a combination of all of it. I really don't think, you know, the lesson here is that, oh, we need to take away analytics entirely from the offensive discussion. But I do think there's something to knowing these individual hitters, knowing what works for them. And if they need to simplify things, if they need to know what their individual plan is more than what the team plan is, for example, then you got to lean into that a little bit more. And I think that is what I've learned a little bit more than anything here these last couple of weeks is that the first half of the season, they were more of a team-wide plan. Okay, this is our approach today against this particular pitcher. We're looking for this pitch in this quadrant, and if you get that, then you're going to swing. If not, you know, we're going to lay off it. And that became an issue ultimately.
I mean, I agree with it, that it's got to be individual. It can't be a one-size-fits-all. Like,
never.
Everybody functions differently. Everybody's got a different mental approach and different mechanics and a different swing. And so the idea that, well, you got to lay off this pitch if it's in this area, and you know, I guess I'm trying to figure out what it is they were going for. They brought in Brant Brown as the offensive coordinator, which I hadn't heard of in baseball. And they got rid of him fairly quickly, which is very unlike this organization. And then it results in ultimately Scott Service and Jarrett DeHart being let go. I would, if I'm the front office, if I'm Jerry and them right now, at least for the rest of the season, I'm going, Edgar, do what you want to do. Don't worry about what numbers we're putting together. You want you want us to chime in? We're happy to do it. But right now, the rest of the season, do your thing. I would love to see that be the approach. I just don't get the sense that it is.
Let the Hall of Famer do Hall of Fame things.
Yeah.
Right? The upper management, you're not a Hall of Fame upper management, so you're looking at one of the greatest hitters of all time. So his knowledge base is so vast, and to be able to take that experience and relay it to all the guys, you're going to need to do it a little individually, because like you said, everyone learns different, takes information in differently, but to get rid of the analytics completely is maybe not the right move, but because they will always be part of, planning, let's say. But there's a human element to it, and you also have to look at the history, right? Like, it hasn't worked. So how do we make changes? What can we do? So seeing Edgar have a little bit more of a, it's not about all the numbers. It's not about the launch angle. It's not about how hard you hit it. It's about the approach you took when you have your at-bat and when you have your opportunity. And if it doesn't work out, at least you stuck to that approach and said, hey, I'm going to try and tack all the balls that are over the middle of the plate. Yeah, we all, they all strike or swing out of the zone, and most of it's because they're trying to be aggressive. But to be able to learn yourself, and I think that's what Edgar can do, is that he was so good at knowing what he could do at the plate and didn't try to reach for pitches or hit pitches he couldn't hit. And I think that's going to be the secret sauce, is saying, hey, each hitter, what are you good at, and how do we amplify your strength to then say, hey, so when your opportunity comes, you can cash in on this.
Yeah.
So hitting is as hard as it's going to be, but they need to rely on their strengths more than ever to focus on to be successful at the highest level.
One more from Adam here, just talking about what it is the Mariners should be looking for with their next hitting coach.
What is their philosophy? It's not who are they going to go seek. They got to figure out what their philosophy is now, what's important to them, what's not important to them. And, as you were talking about yesterday, Brock, just finding maybe the balance is the most important thing at this point. And it starts with, yes, a philosophy, and yes, finding a hitting coach that blends with what Dan Wilson believes as well going into next year. But then again, what players are out there that you can acquire via trade, most likely, that kind of fit the profile of what you need, specifically what you need to play in this ballpark too. Because again, one thing we haven't talked about, the psychology of hitting in T-Mobile Park is different than just about anywhere else in all of baseball. And I do think that's a real factor, particularly in April and May. And when these guys get off to a cold start, it really starts to spiral on them. It compounds really fast. And again, as we saw this year, it compounds throughout the lineup too. And it's just really hard to dig yourself out of that once that gets going.
Yeah, I mean, it's first of all, they've said Edgar is the hitting coach through the end of this season. I don't know if it's something he wants to address in the offseason, like how did I like traveling again? Could I do it for 162? We'll see, but just going with the assumption of, all right, he's just filling in this year to help out Dan and the team, and they'll go find a guy that's going to be their hitting coach. Do you agree with what Adam was saying there in terms of what they need to look for?
Yeah, absolutely. The hitting coach should be the person that instills all the confidence in hitters, right? I mean, I think that's going to be the secret that they can, put on the lineup, is that if I can do my homework with each individual that we have on this lineup and say, hey, this is what you're good at. We know what you're not good at. We know what this pitcher is going to do towards you, and you just got to protect and show up and be a ball player. I mean, some of it is just grinding it out and saying, we're not going to worry about the analytics. We're not going to worry about the last 14 games or you're 2 for 22, right? We have to focus on tonight. And I think that's an approach thing that you're going to need a new hitting coach that can relay these messages on a daily basis and put the urgency that they need to hear so that they can go out and perform.
Hey, we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks take on the Miami Dolphins in person, and all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you don't already have the app, all you need to do is text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Tuesday, September 17th. All right, coming up, we have all types of people from the world of sports that hit our Why Man of the Week. That's coming your way next. We continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in for Wyman at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to watch the Seahawks host the Miami Dolphins on September 22nd. Just open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter for your chance to win.
In the back of the end zone, DK. Does he have his feet in it now?
You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds will be.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
Do it every day, September 13th through September 17th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Holy catfish!
At Pacific Power Batteries, you won't find anything with pumpkin spice. We sell batteries for everything to anyone. No warm, fuzzy mittens, no umbrellas, no potpourri in our nice stores. But when the going gets tough and the lights go out and your stuff won't start, you'll be glad that you came to Pacific Power Batteries. And if you're not sure if your battery is dead, we'll test it for you for free. We will sell no battery for anything before it's time. We're honest people at Pacific Power Batteries, doing batteries since 1985.
Choose the right flooring for your home, right in your home, with Floor Coverings International. They bring the mobile showroom to you, loaded with samples of carpet, LVP, hardwood, laminate, tile, and more, so you can see the flooring in your light, not just in a store or on a screen. They handle every aspect of installation, ensuring your complete satisfaction. Visit fcifloors.com and book a free in-home consultation. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
Hello?
Hey, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. Did you know we've got you fully covered?
I've taken up beekeeping. I'm always covered.
I'm talking the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage at up to half the cost.
Same honey, half the work?
Exactly.
Sweet.
Just call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I need a printer for the office.
Staples has the best brands, like HP.
Well, I have some demands.
Oh.
Burton Sales demands it be fast.
HP's Office Jet Pro is super fast.
Megan Marketing demands color prints.
Check.
And Kurt the Controller demands I don't overpay.
With Staples hot deals, you get up to 40% off select HP printers.
Oh, great. My job can be...
demanding?
I was gonna say a lot of fun.
Right now at Staples, save up to 40% on select HP printers, America's most trusted printer brand. Ends 9/28.
Tune in this Sunday as the Seahawks take on New England. Kickoff at 10 a.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino. Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken down car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. carsforkids.org.
Did you know about the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program? You can get an $80 benefit card to spend at local farmers markets. Use it to buy seasonal fruits, vegetables, and honey. Just bring your new SFMNP card with you when you shop. When you make a purchase, the grower will scan your card. Then you'll confirm the purchase with your PIN.
You're all set. Enjoy those tomatoes.
Thank you. I will.
Find participating markets, local contacts, and more info at seniorfmnp.com. That's seniorfmnp.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Hawks live.
Thursday nights from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court.
Geno Smith has himself a day.
Presented by the Dining District of the Bellevue Collection.
On Seattle Sports.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Prostate cancer is the second most common cancer in males. When detected early, it can be curable. Swedish CyberKnife offers a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer, typically requiring only 5 treatments. CyberKnife patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Offer ends 9/22/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Tell me why.
Why, man? Why?
Lunch has been canceled today due to lack of hustle. Deal with it.
He's a habitual line stepper.
What were you thinking? What are you doing?
Why are you the way that you are?
It's the Why Man of the Week.
Wyman is presented by Mazda of Everett. Little programming note, Troy Taylor will join us on the program coming up, so we'll speak to a member of this Mariner bullpen, so stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, entry number 1 for Wyman of the Week. This is Kylie McDaniel, ESPN Major League Baseball insider, explaining, now this is a story that Charlie and I were talking about earlier, explaining why the Twins minor league catcher was telling opponents what pitch was coming.
Now, cutting a high draft pick that quickly is already incredibly rare, but the next part is what's almost unbelievable. The Twins released Bender because while he was catching, he was telling opposing hitters what pitches were coming. Now, why would he do this? He had told teammates he wanted the season to end, and by losing this game, it would eliminate his team from the playoffs and ensure that they only had 2 games until the season ended.
I'm blown away by that this is somebody who grinds through, through high school and I don't know if he went to college or not, but the fact that you made it into a system. You're a 6th round pick. You weren't a 16th round pick. You weren't a 30th round, or back in the day when they were in the 50s.
Yeah.
I mean, a 6th round pick in baseball, that's a pretty high draft pick. That comes with expectation. And you could speak to this. It's a pretty nice life being a big leaguer.
100%.
Even if you're a guy at the end of the bench.
Yeah.
I mean, you're traveling first class. Everything is accounted for. It's just, and you're going, I want the season to be over. Hey, fastball coming, blowing away. Or I can't even wrap my brain around that mentality. And I gotta wonder what this kid is thinking today. Like, is he thinking, what the hell did I do? Or, I don't care. I don't really love baseball. Or it's just a weird story.
Yeah. I kind of hope it's the latter, that he just doesn't love baseball. He's out, like, all right, I just want to be home. Because it's terrible. It's terrible. Why would you do that to your teammates?
Yeah, especially if you're the whole team. You're screwing over your whole team.
Absolutely.
But the pitcher.
Even more so. Wow.
This is a guy who's fighting for a job, who's trying to get to the next level. This is, I believe, single A that they were in, but still you're trying to show, hey, I'm good now. I want to make that jump to Double A. I want to make it to high A, wherever they're at, make it to the next level and eventually be a big leaguer. And is this a guy that could ever get another shot? I mean, has he
not been released yet?
Oh, he's been released.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
But I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering from another organization if anybody would ever think to take a chance on somebody who did something.
No,
like that.
I mean, that's one of the things that will always be true is character. You can have talent, you can have all the things in the world, but if you're a bad character, a bad person, a bad teammate, there's no place for you on the roster. So this is a move that will find you in no roster. You might even have a tough time getting a job. You know what I mean? People are going to be like, wait a minute, what'd you do? It's not good.
I would love to hear his explanation. I would just love to go, dude, what was going on? Like, how did that make sense to you?
Yeah.
I get being fatigued, or maybe you're playing hurt or anything, but are you clearly didn't consider the ramifications of this whole thing. I mean,
he should have said, hey, coach, I don't feel like playing anymore.
Or, hey, I'm hurt.
Yeah.
Or, if you really didn't want to play, it's still not a great thing, but you could have at least faked an injury or something,
Right.
or I'm sick.
But the minor league playoffs isn't all that long, so it's not like it's going to take you 6 weeks to do it.
That is a crazy story.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
nuts. I just can't relate.
I guess the scouts got it wrong with that guy.
At least on the character part. I know what kind of player he is, but the character part, my goodness, man. You think being drafted by a major league team and this is my chance. There's the carrot hanging right there. It's becoming real now, and it's a chance, and you do that. Just unbelievable. Number 2 comes courtesy of Adam Silver, who, in speaking with the media, said they're not ready to talk about expansion just yet.
We're not there yet in terms of having made any specific decisions about markets or even, frankly, to expand. I mean, I know I've said this before. I think over time organizations should grow. It is appropriate. But it gets a bit complicated in terms of selling equity in the league, what that means for the existing television relationships, et cetera. And what we've told interested parties is, thank you for your interest, we'll be back to you. And that's certainly the case in Seattle as well.
That came off poorly. I didn't like that at all. Thanks for the interest. We'll get back to you.
So vague.
It's just so dismissive.
Yeah.
And just, of course you want to be part of us. We get it. We'll get back to you. It's like, shut up.
Come on,
Shut
man.
up. You're going to expand. You've got a proven winner in Seattle. You got 4 decades of history here.
You have a built stadium.
You got a
Ready.
brand new stadium. You got to even have we were talking about the other day down below. You walk by the locker rooms and they've got doors that have the sign that say NBA locker rooms.
Yeah.
So, but you don't have to wonder about the market. Like, does basketball work in Seattle? Does it not, like another market? No, you got 4 decades worth of history, a title in '79, a championship run in '96, to show you, there's an appetite for it. It will work. To me, it's still not if, it's when. It's going to happen soon, but that comment just came off so dismissive.
Yeah, he could have totally alluded that this is what we're hoping for.
Yeah, or hey, we're working towards it. We got to go one step at a time. We're not ready to address it yet, but instead of, we've told interested parties, we'll get back to you. And that includes Seattle.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Come on, man.
Yeah. All right, last one. This comes courtesy of Giants linebacker Kayvon Thibodeau, who apparently didn't like this question that a reporter was asking, so he interrupted him and then just kind of refused to answer the question.
I know that a lot's on you guys in the pass rush up front. Like that's what this team's supposed to be built on. How much?
Anybody else got questions?
Kayvon, what happened? Is that a big?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What happened on that penalty?
Man, I tried to convert. I think I kind of hooked his face mask.
Now, this one's hard without context because when you watch the video, I'm going, wait, what just happened? That seemed like a perfectly legitimate question. The guy wasn't being rude. He wasn't being confrontational. It seemed like a very run-of-the-mill question. So I don't know if there's history or something between him and that reporter, but just in watching it in that context, you're going, yeah, Thibodeau came off like a jackass.
Yeah, big time.
I didn't really understand it. It seemed completely innocuous, and he was just like, wait, somebody else got a question?
Yeah.
Wait, what happened there?
Yeah, that is a head-scratching moment. And, as an athlete, you got to face the music, right?
Yeah.
You got to take it. This is part of professional sports. You should be able to handle what comes with that, the questions and the type of questions you're going to have to answer, regardless of performance.
Yeah, well, especially one like that. It came off so innocuous, and like I was confused. I kept rewinding it, going, "What did I miss here? Did he say something insulting like, well, you had a rough day out there?" And no, it was
maybe he's thinking that's not what this team is built on.
I don't know.
How dare he say that?
That was a weird response, but all right, there you go. Our Why Man of the Week, which is again brought to you by Mazda of Everett. Coming up, regardless of what happens the rest of the season, there are some key questions the Mariners must answer this offseason. We'll get into that. Coming up live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park, it's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in for Wyman. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
It's what the people want. It's G. Scott. This is the #1 sports show, right? I know that you might be listening to it on AM or you might be listening to the podcast. 97.3 HD2. You got the HD2. All different types of ways, right? But I just want to remind the world. So if you're local and you're with your friends in the barbershop and you're like, man, so what sports show do you listen to? I listen to the #1 sports show in all of Seattle. That is the Brock and Salk Show.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM AM HD2.
Are you a skilled plumber looking for a top-rated team? Join Ben's Plumbing, rated 5 stars for exceptional service. Enjoy great pay and benefits, a supportive team, and a non-commissioned plumbing career. Apply now at Ben's.Plumbing. That's Ben's.Plumbing.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Hey, you. I knew I'd find you back in the same aisle. What are you looking for today? More fiber, more laxatives, more of the same ways to manage your constipation? Look, if your constipation with belly pain keeps coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about football. Have fun, but be responsible on game day. Even if it's on your best friend's 100-inch, 4K, UDR, and surround sound. 5.1. If you feel sacked in the fourth quarter, a designated driver needs to take you to your end zone. If you get carried away with too many Bloody Marys after a few too many Hail Marys, call for a timeout. You get the point. Be safe on game day. 1-800-DUI-AWAY! I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about Google. It's so important, it's a verb. Google it. Then check out our hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They ended my case with such favorable results that even the judge was surprised. Give yourself the absolute best chance of staying out of jail and give Bradley Johnson a call. I contacted other firms with no call back. I then called Bradley Johnson and scheduled a meeting immediately. Google us. 1-800-DUI-AWAY!
Everybody knows home is where the heart is. But for the Mariners, home is where thousands of hearts come together all season long. It's also where the no-fly zone is.
Julio Jones makes the catch!
Where that bare-hander beyond belief is.
Ground ball, tough play, Rojas, the stretch, and they got him again!
It's where the never give up, no matter what inning it is.
Luke Rowley does it again! The Mariners are right back in it!
And where 100-plus mile-an-hour game-over magic is.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
It's T-Mobile Park, where Seattle is. Mariners baseball. Try it and sup.
The Mariners homestand continues all week long against the Rangers and Yankees. Don't miss Dance Party Fireworks Night tonight at 7:10, presented by T-Mobile. And Luis Castillo Funko Pop Collectible Night tomorrow at 6:40. Then be here for a 3-game series against the Yankees, Tuesday the 17th through Thursday the 19th. Get your tickets today at Mariners.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, 49ers get a little tough news when it comes to their running back spot, as head coach Kyle Shanahan made it official today that Christian McCaffrey will not be available for the game this Sunday against the Minnesota Vikings. He's been ruled out. Said McCaffrey didn't feel right with limited participation in Thursday's practice, and putting McCaffrey on injured reserve, which would mean sitting out at least 4 more games, is now part of the conversation, according to the head coach. So bad news for the 49ers and a lot of fantasy football players out there. Meanwhile, taking a look at your baseball scoreboard, Tigers out to a 1-0 lead over the Orioles. That one headed to the bottom of the second. Top of the second in Pittsburgh, no score between the Royals and the Pirates. Top of the second in Philadelphia. The Mets and Phillies are scoreless, as well as the Marlins and Nationals in Washington. That game in the bottom of the first, no score there.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We got Mean Text coming up today in the 5 o'clock hour. You guys can take your time, get creative. We did get some submissions from our guy, Adam Ray.
Lovely.
Did you already take a look at those?
I did.
Did you?
They're lovely.
Good stuff. So he's already chimed in with some mean text. You guys can do your best. Get creative at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. That'll come up in the 5 o'clock hour. Our Mariners insider, Shannon Dreyer, will join us in this hour, as well as Troy Taylor, member of that Mariners bullpen, will join us as well. A reminder, Football Fridays are powered by the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook. Just taking a look at this team, Charlie, what do you think? Playoffs, no playoffs. What if you were in charge? They said Jerry's going to take a vacation. We're going to put Charlie Furbush in charge.
Let's go.
What's the biggest priority for you? What's the first thing you do?
Impact bat for sure, and I'm willing to move a rotation arm if it need be. There's just no doubt about it.
Don't say that, man.
I'm sorry, but
that just makes me mad. I know they have to do it, probably.
I know it makes Mike Salk mad too,
because they put themselves in this position to have to trade away an arm. They could have done this where they just spent money. And I know that's easy. It's not my money.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't cost you a proven commodity, an arm that every 5 days, more often than not, is giving you a chance to win and shutting down the opposition. And now, because of what you didn't do after you made it to the playoffs in that offseason, and what you didn't do in the most recent offseason because it didn't work, now you've been forced into this position. Well, if we want to acquire the bat that we need, or bats plural, which is what they need, we're going to have to give up a Gilbert, a Kirby, or whoever.
Yeah, and that's okay. I think everyone.
It's not okay.
I think it is, though. I really do. Because you still have 4 amazing rotation arms. So if you get rid of one of them, ideally, you're going to get a guy back in the lineup that's playing every day and helping that lineup score runs. Mm-hmm. And that's what we need. That's what we need. And you know this. That's what's happening. Is the lack of run production is real. And if I was in charge, I would do everything I can to remedy that.
Would you be more... which would be easier for you? Trading away some of their high-end prospects or an established, proven commodity? To me, prospects are currency. If we're just talking about this as a business, they all have a number attached to him. He's the number 3 prospect in the organization. He's the number 10. He's the whatever. They're all projected, but you have no idea what any of them are going to do. There's a high bust rate at this level. You know better than anybody. I'm always willing to give up a prospect more than I would a Logan Gilbert, a George Kirby, a Brian Wu, because they've proven it at this level, what they can do and how dominant they can be. With a prospect, you're hoping they can do it.
Oh, and you're also, what's the return on a high prospect? What's the return versus a big league ready player?
Right.
So that's going to be the big difference, is that if you are willing and able to give up one rotation arm to improve your offense, then I look at it this way. It's that we've been blessed over the last 2 years with an immense, a crazy rotation, a rotation that's been dominant. it's just been frustrating to watch not score enough runs in games that you think that we should win based on how we're pitching. So I am willing to part with one of the pitchers in hopes that the return is an everyday impact bat, because that's what we need. I mean, I look at the lineup, and I would love to see one or two more high-end players with Julio.
Yeah.
To know that if that's the 2, 3, 4 in the lineup that you have to face, oh no, like that's an issue for other pitchers. So,
you need more than one.
I know you do need more than one. So if we need an impact big first baseman, let's say, let's get rid of one of the big arms we have, because I think that's what's going to take. And when you look at it from another organization, they want what we have. So So how do we work with them? How do we figure out, okay, these are the untouchables. These are okay, you really got to throw a good deal at me, or these are the people I'm willing to move from. So figure out exactly how you can feel confident about making that decision, but with the utmost goal is, hey, my rotation actually isn't going to take a hit because I have prospects, because I have other guys that can fill in that fifth spot, right? I mean, when you look at across the league, not everyone has 1 through 5 awesome pitchers, and most of the time they're getting hurt.
And these are 1s and 2s.
Exactly.
You don't really have a 3, 4, 5.
All of them throwing 95 plus with nasty stuff. It's great to watch.
Is there an untouchable in this rotation to you? Is there somebody you look at it of any of these 5 where you go, I got to get a bat, or bats, plural, I understand, but I don't want to part with this guy?
Man, that is a little... It's really, I think that's probably my response is exactly probably how they feel. Like, I don't know who, I don't want to part with any of them, right?
Yeah.
So how do I pick? When I look at it from a stuff standpoint, contract standpoint, where they're at in their career, life, age, it's hard to, just the way baseball and contracts work. So, yeah, I mean, Castillo is a guy that could be moved based on the contract and what the return would hopefully get. I think you may get more in your return if you were willing to give up a Gilbert, even a Wu for how amazing he's been pitching. So, It's tough. I only say that just because that's the historical, hey, once you're in a contract for a while, and if it's the end of the contract and you're being paid the most at the end, maybe we can offload it and do a little deal. But I think when you're talking about return on your investment, and it's like, okay, well, we've invested in this guy and he's given us so much. How can we make sure that we get nearly as much or not more in return when we let this guy go? And I think that's where the Mariners just need to figure out a way to make this a little bit more of a offensive team.
Yeah. The goal is obvious.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that. That is, you need bats. You need multiple bats, not middling. They used to be good. Now they're 32 years old. We think there's still something left. No. Right. Get something that's going to be part of the proceedings moving forward.
And, you got to take a risk sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's where, if I'm in this magical world being GM, then I'm willing to take a risk because of, ideally, if it works out, what is on the other end. Ideally, that is the first World Series the Mariners have ever been to, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to be responsible for that? Absolutely. Because that's ultimately what you're doing. You're in charge of a team that hasn't been to the World Series. So how can I do everything in my power to make sure that this team is at least set up for it? Obviously, there are injuries, there are things that are out of your control you can't account for. But if I know that when I put this team together and I go to bed at night, I did everything I could to try and make this team better, right? And it's not about the minors, it's not about prospects, it's not about sustainability. Mm-hmm. It's about trying to win now, and ultimately winning the division is going to be the most important thing, because if you can win the division, then you're in.
Yeah.
Right? It's too hard to play this last week of the season. You're 2 out of the wild card, and we're trying to get
battling
in.
with 4 teams. And,
it's so we already know how tough the AL West is. So I'm going all in on an offensive bat.
All right, coming up, we're going to hear about the other side of the now infamous sideline encounter between Marshawn Lynch and Mike McDonald when we sweep the dial. That's coming your way next. Live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Brady Henderson's in. I'm not willing to crown Mike McDonald after one game. Look, we've got to see if he's going to be anywhere near as good of a head coach as Pete Carroll was, the most successful coach in franchise history. But based on that one game, Mike, I got a feeling in retrospect, I don't think that was a very well-coached team the last few years. And I wonder if we are going to see this season play out. I wonder if this could be an indictment on some of the coaching challenges they had and just how ill-prepared they were last year compared to this year.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you constantly dealing with a runny nose, nasal congestion, or stuffiness? Always having to clear your throat or coughing? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Rhine Air is a simple, non-invasive procedure that can significantly reduce your symptoms. This long-lasting treatment is available here in my office. In a clinical study, 88% of Rhine Air patients experience a significant reduction in their symptoms. We're proud the Stern Sinus Center was recently named a nationwide center of excellence. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
ZZ Top. Leonard Skinnard. Two American institutions unite. The Sharp-Dressed Simple Man Tour. Saturday, September 21st. White River Amphitheater. Special guest, The Outlaws. On sale now at livenation.com. ZZ Top and Leonard Skinnard live.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
One 877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Tyler Lockett received a game ball for his one-handed grab on 3rd and 6 to ice Sunday's game against the Broncos. Yesterday, offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb spoke about that play, saying it was kind of their in-case of emergency call, and it makes sense that it would go to Lockett.
It was our break glass play. You know, we're looking for those plays where when you had to have it, that was going to be the call we made, and that's what we prepared all week. That was our break glass play, and we were ready for it. He's so dialed into game plan. Even if he wasn't taking a practice rep, he knew everything that happened out there. And so I just think no surprise as far as him being ready to be in that position to make that play.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Buy a heat pump, get a furnace free. Now from Deere Services. You heard right. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free from Deere Services. Save now and combine the year-round benefits and comforts of both systems, giving you warm winters and cool summers. Make an appointment at DEARservices.net, and we'll be there within 3 hours, guaranteed. And get this, no service fees. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free now at Deere Services. Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Did you know about the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program? You can get an $80 benefit card to spend at local farmers markets. Use it to buy seasonal fruits, vegetables, and honey. Just bring your new SFMNP card with you when you shop. When you make a purchase, the grower will scan your card. Then you'll confirm the purchase with your PIN.
You're all set. Enjoy those tomatoes.
Thank you, I will. Find participating markets, local contacts, and more info at seniorfmnp.com. That's seniorfmnp.com.
It's football season, and that means colder weather is on the way. If it's time to update your windows and doors, talk to Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Local owner Keith Dashafee has a great deal just for you.
That's right, Steve. Now you can get 20% off qualifying installations or 0% financing for 24 months with equal payments. Just schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors at PellaPNW.com.
Thanks, Keith. Check out the unbeatable selection of windows and doors today at PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
The second half of the season's been tough for the Mariners, but an undeniable bright spot, Victor Robles. Now 22 for 22 in stolen bases since joining the Mariners, including stealing another third base attempt. He's 9 for 9 stealing third since joining the team. Dan Wilson, after the game, talked about how Victor is so good at finding ways to get on base and just causing problems to the other team.
Yeah, I mean, he's exciting. He's an exciting player, and getting him on base and making things happen on the bases and being a distraction defensively for the other team. He finds his way to second and third and gets himself, across home plate. He's been an exciting player for us and does a lot of things at that leadoff spot for sure.
He's been a heck of a pickup. Amazing. I mean, they took a flyer on a guy. He got DFA'd. He was at one time a higher prospect than Juan Soto with the Nationals that just didn't pan out for whatever reason. And you're looking at him like, all right, let's pick him up, see if there's anything left. And they signed him to an extension. He's been a spark plug. He's incredibly animated, to the point where when I watch him, I love it. But I'm thinking if he were in an Astros uniform, I'd hate that guy. I wouldn't be able to see because he's so, pitcher throws a ball, he looks at the pitcher, shakes his head, and he's so animated. But he's brought a different edge to the team that I love, and he's aggressive on the base paths. He's a good defensive player. What a great pickup that's been.
It just feels like he loves the game. Yeah, like he loves the game in every aspect of it, and I think that's it shows, and not everyone has that, right? And I think that we're feeling it, we're seeing it, the energy he's bringing, the vibes he's bringing day in and day out. It really can be a lightning bolt for the top of the lineup if he keeps playing like he's playing.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, in case you weren't aware, because I wasn't until very recently, Marshawn Lynch and Mike Robb have a podcast called the Get Got Podcast. And on it this week, well, they were breaking down that incident that went kind of famous where Marshawn just decided to go up and rub Mike McDonald's shoulders in the middle of the game.
What the hell were you doing talking to Mike McDonald right here? I mean, looked like you was giving him a nice deep tissue massage on the sideline. I mean, what was going on? What were you saying?
You would say something like that.
What? You gripped him up like you was a GM and he was a damn...
I just went to go holler at him. I went to go holler at him. I seen he had a little going on, and it's like, damn, bro, it's a long game. Cool out.
Would you have wanted somebody to walk up on you while you had your pads on and cleats tied and you was working and somebody said, hey, bro, how you doing? Well, how I feel to be back here right now?
I mean, you just said it like I wasn't.
Huh? I didn't say it like you wanted.
You said, how would you like it if somebody, you ain't say if it was Marshawn Lynch.
What'd you say to him, dog? What'd you say to him?
Man, mind your business. Those is, well.
Yeah, it was it. Did you see the video of it? Yeah. What's funny is in the post-game press conference, we were sitting there talking to McDonald, and somebody asked him about it, and he was almost not aware of it. Like, he obviously knew, but they're like, what did he say? He's like, yeah, I don't really know if I could say it publicly. I kind of blacked out. You know, like, I think he was just so dialed into the game. He's probably like, yeah, okay. And focused on what was in front of him. So it's funny that it took off the way that it did, because his recollection was foggy at best.
Only Marshawn can pull that off, though.
I guess so, yeah.
That's it.
I guess he would tell somebody to mind your business or whatever. I kind of lost the...
You know, if I went up to the Mariners game tonight to Dan Wilson, I don't know if it has the same effect. You know, hey, how's it going in there?
There's
Dan?
it's a little slow. There's more time. You could do a full body massage in between inning, you know, as long as it takes in baseball. But yeah, that was a funny scene, and more importantly, the response from McDonald after the game, I thought was funny. He was like, I kind of blacked out.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do you think he's met him? Like, twice?
I don't even know.
Is that the first encounter, you think?
No, that would be funny if they'd never spoken, and then that was the introduction in the middle of a game. What's up, coach?
You're doing great, man. You're doing great.
Long game. Take it easy. Just relax.
Sweeping the dial.
Kind of tough to watch last night. Tua Tagovailoa had to leave the game. We saw the history, kind of what has happened to him before. So he was ruled out, ruled to be another concussion. That's at least 3 diagnosed concussions for Tua. And afterwards, Mike McDaniel, the Dolphins head coach, talked about how they're going to deal with this.
I think it's important to approach each and every situation much like approach every injury with it, which is basically, all right, we're going to handle this particular situation with this particular player. You know, every situation is unique to its own. So for me, I'm not worried about anything that's out of my hands in terms of, I'm just worried about the human being. You know, he'll drive the ship when we get the appropriate information, but it's day-by-day health.
The hell is he talking about, man?
What answer is that?
He's a. I don't know if you watched when they were on Hard Knocks. He's a different guy, just the way he communicates. I like him. I think he's interesting. But there, I was like, I don't know. You're trying not to say something. You seem like every player. I mean, the way I approach it, it's a day to. Well, you know, and that it's like he was interrupting his own thoughts or so. I don't know what he was saying.
I don't know what I'm saying right now, but I think I'm going to keep talking, and then
I think what he was trying to say
about him
is every injury is unique, and we try to worry about the human being first, and then we'll worry about the injury or whatever. I don't know, but it wasn't good. I don't know if you saw the highlight, but you saw the arm go rigid again, and we saw that before where his hands go. That's the third documented one. They always assume that there are others that weren't diagnosed at some point. So that's scary stuff, man.
Yeah, and I think as a head coach, you got to own it. You got to talk about it. You got to face that music and say, hey, this is part of our game. We don't like to see it. We don't want this to happen. We hope that Tua recovers and everything's okay. But we also have to understand that this is a very serious situation that he could be dealing with, and we need to we can't take this lightly.
Yeah. See, that was more succinct. That was better.
Thank you.
Hey, kick off your football weekend tonight. How about that? Football tonight on the Seattle Sports app is reigning 3A state champions Bellevue take on 4A champs from Lake Stevens. That's Friday night high school football on the Seattle Sports app, presented by STSPN, with coverage starting at 7 p.m. Download the Seattle Sports app from your app store. It's free. Or you can text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776 to get a link to download it. Coming up, we've got some questions for our Mariners insider. She might even have some for Charlie as well. Shannon Dreyer will join us next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
In Week 2, the Seahawks head to New England to face the new-look Patriots.
Check in the dictionary under answer, and that's what the Seahawks offense just did.
Can Coach McDonald's defense continue their dominance in Foxborough?
Goes back in the middle, intercepted, and it's Rick Woolen, who steps right in front of the receiver, Cortland Sutton.
Seahawks, Patriots, kickoff at 10 a.m. Pre-game coverage starting at 7.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
On your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Homeowners, have you been looking at that roof of yours thinking, man, I got to get this thing fixed. I got to get it replaced, but winter is coming. Well, you still have time before the rain kicks in and get that roof replaced. And you can do it with an honest company, a local contractor who is known for their quality work. That is Asset Roofing. Asset Roofing has replaced thousands of Pacific Northwest roofs, and they've replaced all types of roofs, including, it doesn't matter the slope, residential, commercial, what have you. They want to help local homeowners like you get their roof replaced before winter, and I can personally vouch for Asset Roofing. I've worked with them. Everything about them is top-notch. Their communication, their knowledge, their quality of work, their attention to detail. You just walked away from it going, man, these guys have my back. They know what they're talking about, and they are looking out for my best interest. And they strive to deliver a quality, long-lasting roof replacement you can trust and an experienced customers can be proud of. And now through winter, if you need your roof replaced, get Asset Roofing in there to give you a bid on the job. They also install metal roofs. You heard me talk about that. They last almost twice as long, almost double the lifespan of a traditional roof. And Asset Roofing is leading the charge in metal roofing as well. So call Asset, ask if a metal roof makes sense for your home. You can get a free estimate, no cost to you. Get a free estimate. Just head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
You know, being out of camp this time of year, you get to see some absolute physical specimens, guys that have trained all summer to be in the best shape of their life. Now, most of us don't have that kind of time, energy, resources, or genetics to look like some of those guys, but we can certainly look our very best with a little help from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's Mike Salk here, and I used that program last year to lose 35 pounds. That's right, lost 35 pounds, and it only took me 8 weeks to do it. Guess what? It wasn't that hard. It wasn't that painful either. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic devised a plan that was right for me. I ate real food that you buy at the grocery store. I lost weight, and I looked and felt my very best. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss. So schedule a free, no-obligation consultation right now by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Just see if it's right for you. 425-588-0080 is the number, or eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Again, 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
With Floor Coverings International, the mobile flooring showroom comes to you. Book an appointment, pick out the flooring you like, and they'll order and install it for you. It's that easy. Visit FCIFloors.com to book an appointment. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Looking for fine jewelry this fall? Good news! Seattle's favorite jeweler for more than 40 years now has 2 locations in the area. Come visit us in our beautiful new store with the biggest selection at South Center Square in Tukwila. Create your own engagement ring with the widest range of diamonds and gemstones and discover unique, fine jewelry designed by our in-house team. No matter your budget, our friendly team is here to help guide you in finding that perfect piece that speaks to you. Visit shaneco.com to find your closest store and hours. We can't wait to see you. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them. And they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live at Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush sitting in for Dave Wyman. And joining us on set is, looks like Randy Arozarena hitting balls into Edgar's Cantina. Our Mariners insider, Shannon Dreyer, is here with us. Hello, Shannon.
Hi, guys.
Be cool to see him do that in a game, wouldn't it? Or anybody?
There. It's in there.
Anybody in this offense do that in the game? That'd be pretty cool. Give us a sense of the mood around this team, because we're getting down to a precious few games. 15 games left in the season, and I've been saying, you know, like The Godfather, when I think I'm out, they suck me back in. They win a game, I'm like, okay, they're still there. They still got the math working in their favor. They lose a game, I'm like, that's it. Season's over.
Okay, the math is not working in their favor, but there is math, and that's about the best thing that you can say right now.
Well, it's working in their favor in that they're not eliminated. Okay. The math says so they still can
math.
Get there.
They still have math. We're holding on to math.
Yeah. So where are you at with what we're seeing? The idea of expecting them to go on a run that we really haven't seen this season in the final 15 games.
Well, that's what it is. I mean, we haven't. You know, we haven't, 5, I think, is the longest winning streak that they've had, and they're in must-win every night territory, and that's not an easy thing to do.
By the way, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just watching for incoming.
And Charlie is not worried about any of this, but of course he's closest to the net. So,
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
We'll let you know if you need
Matt
to talk.
Nelson's got us all covered. If a ball comes this way, I mean, he'll jump out in front of it.
That's exactly what won't happen.
Yeah. You know, they're hanging in there. They have been incredibly resilient all year long, and it's kind of been one of the trademarks of this team is they just come back the next day, and about 95% of the time, you'll never know what happened the night before. And there have been some tough ones lately. You asked about the mood. The Logan Gilbert game, that hit them hard. They felt terrible about that one, and you heard about it a little bit the next day too, which is very, very rare. And then last night was, you know, obviously very tough. That game turned very quickly, and you know, I think everybody was feeling good that they got Rocker out of there as quickly as they did, but then they weren't able to do much after that.
Bryce Miller was great.
Bryce has been fantastic. Brian Wu has been fantastic. I mean, huge strides made with the young ones this year, to whereas if you look at the numbers across baseball, they're right up there with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, they are.
It's a rotation of ones and twos.
It's phenomenal. So, you know, that's a tough situation. Charlie, you might have been in clubhouses like that too. And one of the things that really jumped out at me this year is the starters in particular you have just rarely seen them break. They've been so supportive of the offense, and it's just kind of been an attitude, we're here, we're going to do everything we can, and, you know, you do everything you can, but you've never seen, I can think of like 1 or 2 tiny little, you know, signs or comments that I've heard, but they have really, you know, just soldiered through while the offense has, you know, not gotten it going this year.
at any point, it seems like. And that's good to know that the rotation is still keeping it together, because it can get tough with their 162 games. You deal with a lot. Games you should win, then games you lose. It's a lot that goes on. So I can see it be getting frustrating for the starting staff to be night after night just giving them a chance and giving them a chance. And it's kudos to them, all of them. And that's not easy to do, right? It's not easy to show up in the clubhouse knowing that you're doing your job and ultimately some other guys just aren't getting it done right now. And to be able to give them the confidence that they need to continue to show up, that's a sign of a great teammate, someone that has your back. So someone that the offense, they're fully aware of what they haven't done, and they know that maybe it's been an issue for them, but they know that they have a chance every night to win a game with this rotation. That's what's so crazy. So if we can just continue to, watch them do the best they can and not missing balls down the middle, I think that's what I like to see, is too many opportunities as a whole that they haven't cashed in on. So I'd like to just, what is the hitting mentality day to day? Is it, are we constantly working on things inside, or is this more of a, all right, let's just go out there and do the best we can tonight? Because obviously there are some things they are dealing with, let's say mechanically, but some of that stuff you got to throw out the window and go out there and perform.
Yeah, there's a lot that's happened in that regard this year. You could take it all the way back to the beginning, and the hiring of Brant Brown, which was a surprise for me, because for the recent past, everything's been internal. They kind of grow their own coaches, and they come up in the system, and they're part of the system, and they come up with the systems. So to step outside, I thought there was a great move that they made after, all the strikeouts last year and the struggles. Do bring in some outside eyes, do something different, and they did. And it got a little too complicated. He was asking them to do things that a lot of them I don't think were ready to do. They thought they were there, but it was something where it didn't work. His program, his philosophies, his approach that he wanted, it did not. It kind of muddied the waters, I think, for a lot of them. And once he was gone, they tried to strip it down quite a bit. And then once you're in season, hitters, trust is such a huge thing. And it's so hard for them to change anything, because as bad as it is at any time, it might get worse. And that's kind of how it is with them.
Please don't say that.
So, they did try, and they did kind of strip things away a little bit. And then I think Dan and Edgar have really kind of pushed that even more. Now, they're not taking anything away. They're not saying you can't have that iPad or you can't do this, but they're not preaching that. They are, everything that is coming out of their mouths right now is simplify. And we saw Julio Rodriguez out earlier today, and he was working for a long time and up the middle the other way, and trying to stay on that. I mean, there is definitely teaching going on, and Edgar is a guy that can kind of tailor and customize everything to everybody. And that is a real strength of his, and it always has been. So you see that go on, but obviously easier said than done. So I think that, the main message right now is stay in your approach. It's a simple approach right now. Get to 2 strikes, battle. And Edgar puts it, when you get to 2 strikes, it's a team. You're doing it for the team. Mm-hmm. If you, before that, do whatever you want, but when you get to 2 strikes, it's not about you anymore. Yeah. So whatever it takes. That has kind of been key. And then you're also, Dan Wilson has done a couple of things that are a little bit different, in that we've seen the same lineup 3 days in a row. And also, he said the small ball words yesterday, going up against a rocker that they don't know, and that this series that you're also going to see DeGrom. And if Scherzer's on, he can be a challenge too. He said we might have to do a little bit of that. And so, that's something that might, if you're looking for things that might be a little different and that they're asking for that are a little different, that's kind of there.
It seemed like much was made of the conversation that Adam Jude had with Edgar about analytics, and Edgar's statement about, I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember the exact words. Basically, I don't care if you're hitting, if it's the velocity is 120 miles an hour and the exit velo. If you're hitting for a bad average, you're not getting the ball in play. Why does that matter, essentially? Which I kind of appreciate, because this is an organization that relies heavily on analytics, and they have for years. This isn't new this year. They've struggled offensively for years now. Yeah. So the idea of somebody coming in and going, all right, Let's simplify it. Let's just work on hitting that ball when it's in the zone and just do your best. Just see the ball hit the ball, just to dumb it down to some level. I can appreciate that, that maybe it is paralysis by overanalysis, and maybe it is time to hear a voice just go, look, man, I wasn't working with analytics in my day. Edgar and those guys, they weren't focused on exit velo and launch angle and all of that. So what do you make of that?
Is it up on the screen today? I noticed it was the last couple of days. I wonder if it still is. They put exit velocity and whatnot during batting practice up on the.
Wow.
Yeah. They weren't the first. We saw it in other stadiums, and then it popped up there. So again, they're not really taking anything away from anybody, even if he's saying that. The other thing that he said, and that was very important, though, Bob, was it's about the swing. And if your swing is right, your exit velocity is going to be there. If you are squaring up baseballs, if your barrels are there, if you're squaring up baseballs, it's going to be there. And one of the things that kind of cracks me up about that conversation and people being up in arms about that is everything that they're talking about, nothing is new. It's always been there. They're just putting terms on it and measurements on it. But if you do everything right, that all is going to be there. I've had conversations with people who have been in the game for a long time about that, and they can point out examples 20 years ago, and this is what this was, and this is what this was. We didn't call it all that, but this is, what you're going for. It's nothing along those lines have changed. There's just a better way, or a way to break it down and make all of that available to people. So, for Edgar to say that, if you're doing everything right, all those numbers are going to be where they should be. And he works on the swings, and he has the little, do this or do simple things with the, he's done some things with Julio and where the hands are and things like that. And those are all things that can add up to the numbers. And the number, it's a real interesting situation with the Mariners because, and in baseball for that matter, but I don't think there's any such thing as overanalysis or paralysis by analysis on the pitching side. All of these numbers and all of the breakdowns and all of the metrics have helped pitching. You can now diagnose something in a half an hour that might have taken a few weeks in AAA to figure out what you're doing wrong. I mean, that's a great thing. And what the Mariners have done with hitters, so much of it is based on, kind of their equivalent of, spin rates and all of that. They have all that, and they look at that. And in spring training, Bryce Miller will go from throwing a pitch and go look at the numbers right away and come back, adjust, where's his hand, where's his grip, all of this. That works because you're in control of that pitch.
It's working with the pitching.
Hitting is different.
Yeah.
And I think that they were hopeful that, if you have all of that information, that is something that will help, and you can have something that is somewhat akin to what the pitchers are doing on the offensive side, but I don't think it works like that. And I think that there is, a chance that sometimes I think hitting is a lot more about feel, and if there is a problem, then go break it down. But I think that sometimes perhaps that gets in the way. And Edgar will talk about, and players will talk about, and I was talking to Justin Turner about this, and he's like, the good ones, and he's had a lot of different hitting coaches with the Dodgers and everybody else, and he said Edgar is saying a lot of the things that he heard from Mark McGwire and the hitting coaches in L.A. is, just get rid of the external when you step up to the plate. Don't be thinking, where's this, where's that, what's the angle, what am I going to do, and trust that your swing is there.
I mean, really, you talk about simplifying the game and simplifying the hitting approach. I feel like you'd almost have to bring it back to like a little league level, right? Like, we are just here to win the game, and we have to do whatever it takes to put the ball in play, to advance the runner, to score the runs, to do the fundamentals, and do it the right way. And I think that Edgar we've seen it. He's a Hall of Fame player. He's laid the foundation of what exactly needs to be done to do this type of thing. So if he can relay this message to this offense, I think it's going to go a long way. It's just, like we said, pitching is harder than ever, is strong as ever, right? And how do we figure out a way as an offense to score more runs and put the ball in play? I mean, last night, 16 strikeouts is not going to get it done. It's just you can't miss the ball that many times on offense and expect to win ball games. And whether you ran into a great pitcher, that happens, but the swing and miss factor is certainly, for me, has been so frustrating to watch. And there have been so many opportunities that I feel like have gone out, kind of down the drain for the Mariners. I'm just interested to see, what Edgar can do and to rally these guys these next 15 games, because they know it's do or die. You are either in it or you're out. And the more you lose, the slimmer it gets. And So I would treat this as like a 162 and you're in, like from here on out. Everything's all hands on deck. Is that the approach that maybe Edgar's talking about, or is Dan giving that urgency right now?
Well, I do think when he talked about the small ball yesterday, I do think that's that's part of it. And keeping the lineup the same, he did throw in there that this is the time of the year that you have to do that. And we haven't seen that all year, and I'm not even sure that was allowed earlier in the year. But we have seen that, and I think that kind of makes it easier for those who are in the lineup coming in every day and getting into a little bit of a groove, because I think, it's tough if you aren't playing every day for that to happen. So you're giving yourself a chance there, too. I do think that we've seen something. I mean, obviously, you've got to go out there and do everything that you can to win. And I think the things that you're talking about are team at bats. And I think that overridingly has to take over at this time. And I think the biggest thing that they can do is just tell them, everything, forget everything that happened yesterday, forget everything that's happened the last 5 months. What have you got right now? And a guy at the top of the lineup is somebody that's doing that. You take a look at Victor Robles out there, and he is doing everything he can to get into scoring position. And, if you have that up and down the lineup, I think that you see that, things can be quite different. Some of the walks that you see taken, I felt encouraged by that last night. When you see a Cal Raleigh taking a walk, when you know darn well he could put one in the seats, but if he's not getting the pitches, taking the walk, handing the at-bat to the next guy, that I think is huge. But I think that is something that they have always been asking for. They're asking for it more. Most of the messaging that I'm hearing is no different than what it's been all year. Yeah. But the time is different, the voices are different, and you'll see where it goes.
Mm-hmm. The roof is closing as we speak right now, so we'll see what kind of impact that has on the offense tonight. Shannon, one thing I've been talking about that I'm a little fearful of, and you tell me if there's anything to it, is that if this team misses the postseason by a game or 2 or 3, they get close, we didn't make it, is that it somehow gives that front office and the ownership and everybody who's making the decisions a false sense of success. Like, we had the right pieces. We were right there. Game away. All we need is to sprinkle in a little help. I don't want them to have that security, because it's not the right formula. It's been proven the past 2 years, and it's being proven again. So do you buy that could change their approach versus if they missed it by, say, they're 8 games out? They're not even close. They just fall on their face. Does one or the other outcome affect what they do in the offseason?
The goal was to win the division and get deep in the playoffs this year.
Right.
You come up shy on that. I don't care if you make a wild card game, and you hope that they do look at it that way. And I said this at the end of last year, and I've been saying it all this year, that is, if they don't meet that goal this year, everything should be on the table. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean everything has to happen, but everything has to be broken down. And I wanted to see that last year. I was told that happened, but we didn't see a lot of changes last year. So I don't know what conclusions they came. And, maybe you need a more critical eye about things, and maybe you need to dig deeper into, how much is the park a factor right now? Is there anything you can do there?
They already brought in the fences once. Let's bring them in again, right?
Well,
or change the batter's eye, if that seems to be a new problem that
I don't know how legitimate any of that is. I mean, we've heard that from like 2 people.
Yes.
Basically.
Well, then
it's not,
Well, I know, but that took off.
It's worth looking at. It is absolutely worth looking at. And what kind of hitter, and the hitters that we have brought in that have not been able to replicate what they have done elsewhere. Why? Get to the whys of that. And when you talk about the formulas, do we have the right balance of strikeout? And they did not want this number of strikeout. There's no question about that. But do you have the right kind of hitters? And do you have the right kind of players who are on the right trajectory when they come to the team? And this is a tough place to come play. And how do you kind of take that into balance? I've talked to a couple of people, and they say that one of the toughest things for a hitter coming over here is that when you get here and this ballpark plays so big in April and May, it can absolutely mess with you. You start changing things. You're 2 months into the season. You haven't done what you want to do. You start changing things, and it gets worse. And it can have that impact. How do you fight that? And I know that was a focus last year, and they didn't get there. Those were some of the first things out of Brant Brown's mouth when he was hired, is we've got to attack this, and they haven't gotten there yet. So I think absolutely everything they do needs to be looked under the microscope.
I agree. I mean, the history of the organization back when I was playing and even before that, the way things worked was if you weren't getting it done in the first 2 to 3 to 4 years, it was someone else who's going to come in and try and, right the ship. And like we said before, Bob, we're the only team that hasn't been to a World Series. So at some point, where's the urgency? I felt like every year I was hoping the Mariners were going to take another step to show us that, hey, we are in it to win it this year. And it feels like they have kind of gone in that direction, but it doesn't feel like, hey, all in. I'm all in. I'm all in. Okay? And I think that's what everyone, all the Mariner fans are waiting for. Just like, can we please go all in once? Just once.
And that doesn't necessarily, and you don't have many options to do it, Val. I mean, if you were going to do it with the dollars, that would have been 2 years ago, that would have been 3 years ago, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what you need. There are a lot of baseball. You just need to put a solid lineup together. It doesn't have to be a bunch of superstars. You have to, a 1 through 9 with the pitching that you have is all you need. So, if they do make moves and they're not the big splashy names, take a closer look. Now, I say that, and I bought into the names that they brought in this year that struggled. So it's, I'm glad I'm not in their seat. I'll say that much. It's not an easy job.
What do you think it is that, there's a perception that they go out and get a player who was good elsewhere, good to great elsewhere. They come here, they stink. Then they leave here, and they're great again, which is absolutely false, except for Teoscar. If you want to talk about Winker, he went to 2 other teams before. It took a long time. Ty France was good when he got here. He was an all-star here.
He wasn't terrible when he left.
Then it faded from what he was, and he's played better in the last 30 plus games.
Played more like Ty France.
Yes. So,
right.
But it's not like Colton Wong went on to be a superstar, A.J. Pollock or Tommy LaStella.
Well, they were guys you knew that were close to the end. I mean, those were moves that they had to make at the time, that were available to them at the time.
Right. So my question is it more about the talent evaluation in terms of where in the career these guys are when they come here? Because they're not coming here stinking and then going and crushing it everywhere else. That's just not true. As much as it feels that way when people see Teoscar hitting home runs and he's an all-star. Oh, everybody leaves here, they're great.
That wasn't going to happen here. That was not going to happen here this year. I mean, he's the one who had the problem with the eyes. Once that's in your head, it's all over. And I don't know that you should have seen that. I mean, Teoscar, I don't think anybody thought that was a bad move.
No, I loved the move when they made it.
Right.
It just didn't really work out the way you'd hoped.
That's where, again, it's I can understand it, but that's where you've got to dig in deeper. Why do we miss on a Teoscar Hernandez? Why do we miss on a Jesse Winker? Why do you hit on a Gino Suarez? That kind of thing. It shouldn't be a crapshoot, not with the information that's available. And again, I think you have to take into what I just said, what this ballpark can do to hitters, and then how do you help them when they get here? I'm sure it's a balance of perhaps there is something going on with them, but something else happens when you get here, and that's what they got to dig in on.
And this ballpark just ruins them forever?
For sure.
Well, I mean, and I don't know. Maybe it was the offensive philosophy. Maybe it was the way it was coached. Maybe, I don't know. That's why you have to tear the whole, maybe they were completely the wrong person. You
bring up a good point, though. People come from spring training, and they're playing great. Ball's flying down there, right? 85 degrees, and you get up here, and suddenly that ball you're hitting the screws just barely got to the warning track.
That's it, guys. We're going to have spring training here.
Wait a minute. So it does. It gives you that false sense of confidence that you think you're onto it, and then you line one up, and then it's just a pop out to left center. So it's tough.
Yeah, to me, it's more about identifying the right players to bring in to accomplish what you want to accomplish, because
and you're doing a great job on the pitching side. You're doing a great job on the amateur side. I mean, what the farm system is doing and the kids that they're drafting and the progress that they're making.
It's that whole hitting element.
Yes.
It's a problem. Hey, last one quickly before we let you go, something we were talking about, and Divish talked about this earlier, the idea that they would potentially trade away somebody from this rotation in order to get the impact bat or bats that they need in the offseason. Is that a realistic thought that, hey, we may see one of these 5 go elsewhere, and is there for you an untouchable in this rotation that you look at and go, man, I get what you got to do with the offense, but this is the one guy I'd hate to see you part with.
Well, they will always listen. They were dead set against it last year. I know there was a lot of talk about it, but they were dead set against it. They were built on pitching. They were going to go with the pitching. My problem with that is I don't know if you can get the bat that you want. I don't know if you can get the equivalent bat. We've always said that starting pitching is just such a premium, and it's a great piece of currency, but who's letting go of the good young bats or who have already got a couple of years in the big leagues that are doing things? How often do you see that? I think it's probably something they have to think about if that player's there, but I don't know that they can get that player because I don't know that that player is going to be available because teams just don't let go. I mean, does Baltimore get desperate enough to do it? They're doing pretty well without it. Maybe they are just, a tweak away from not having to even have that conversation. They've got new ownership too, so maybe they can throw more money at the pitching situation there. So who would do it? It's like the Dodgers need starters, but who are they going to give up that would be that bat?
Can we have Mookie? Could we have him?
You cannot have Mookie.
Can we have Mookie, please? Love that guy. Shannon, we appreciate it as always. Thank you. Enjoy the game tonight. At least it will be dry. We know that if it starts to rain. The roof is closed.
Guaranteed.
There you go. There's our Mariners insider, Shannon Dreyer, with us. By the way, we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks take on the Miami Dolphins in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you don't already have the app, all you have to do is text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Tuesday, September 17th. All right. Charlie, you're out of here. You're taking off to do family duty.
Got some family duty to do tonight, and
all right.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Bob.
Yeah, it's
honestly.
Awesome to have you in, man. Appreciate you.
Pleasure is all mine. Love to talk Mariners. Love to talk all things.
We'll have you back.
Yes, let's do it again sometime soon. I look forward to it.
There you go. There's Charlie Furbush. Lefko and I will take you the rest of the way. Coming up, we'll get back to baseball, but we'll also dive into some of the keys for the Seahawks-Patriots matchup, plus the strange nature of an Apple Cup in September. All of that coming your way next, live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to watch the Seahawks host the Miami Dolphins on September 22nd. Just open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter for your chance to win.
In the back of the end zone, DK. Does he have his feet in it now?
You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds will be.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Do it every day, September 13th through September 17th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Holy catfish!
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Would you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Offer ends 9/22/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
If you're looking for fun, breathtaking views and outdoor dining, Snoqualmie Casino's the place for you. It's Mike Salk here for Snoqualmie Casino. No matter if it's a meeting like I've done, a night out with friends, a big date night with my wife, I know Snoqualmie Casino has it all. Plus, they open their outdoor dining, so come enjoy dinner overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. 12 Moons and Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood offer outdoor dining, so grab a seat and dig in. You can browse the menus at snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Key here is employee satisfaction. There is no expectation for customer satisfaction if the people that work with us don't feel taken care of and supported and loved. I'm proud of this Billy Johnson Auto family. I'm proud of our stores. And I need everybody to share in that mindset, because it makes a better experience for the customer. It also makes it a better place to work. Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me. Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or a service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Have you heard you can listen to your favorite news podcasts ad-free? Good news! With Amazon Music, you have access to the largest catalog of ad-free top podcasts included with your Prime membership. Enjoy shows like The Daily, Up First, and Consider This, available ad-free on Amazon Music. To start listening, download the Amazon Music app for free or go to amazon.com/ad-free. That's amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
With NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you can watch the most live NFL games all in one place, which means you can watch the Rams and the Colts and the Vikings and the Bengals and the Buccaneers and the Chargers, or whoever you're rooting for, all in your living room. But not literally, of course. That would be dangerous. Watch every game every Sunday with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV. Sign up at youtube.com/NFLST. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Jacob deGrom makes his first start since April 28th, 2023 tonight against the Mariners. Unfortunately, it won't be the Stetson v. Stetson matchup, though. Logan Gilbert moved to tomorrow. Emerson Hancock gets the start tonight for the Mariners. Our pregame coverage begins a little less than an hour right here on Seattle Sports at 6 o'clock with a 7:10 first pitch. Seahawks have listed Ken Walker and George Fant as doubtful for Sunday, while Jerome Baker with a hamstring and Tyrell Dodson with a shoulder are questionable. And Christian McCaffrey has been ruled out this week. Kyle Shanahan says there's now some conversation about whether to put him on IR.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is served by Warrior Injury Law.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. Mariners and Rangers getting set for Game 2 of their 4-game series. We got mean texts coming up in this hour, so get creative. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Also, Troy Taylor of your Mariners, the arm in the bullpen, who's kind of caught everybody by surprise. 23 years old. You know what I just realized? He and I have the same birthday.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Same year, too.
Yeah, right.
Just turned 23.
So he just had his birthday?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
right.
he just turned 23.
Do you think he also got a ton of sweets and desserts and bundt cakes and
I don't know if Adam sent him
massive
anything.
amount of balloons? And that's not good on Adam Ray then.
Yeah, I don't. We'll ask him.
Do you have any balloons left to give him?
They're at home. I didn't bring them with me, Lefko.
Yeah, we'll tell them that
They're
next
at
time.
home. So we'll do mean text coming up. Troy Taylor at 5:30, and you guys can text in again, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Something we haven't been able to get to, our thanks to Charlie Furbush, who was filling in and had to go do some parental duties out here. So we got Lefko filling in for Charlie, who was filling in for Wyman. Look at that.
Interesting, yeah.
2 removed from Wyman here. But the Seahawks get set to take on the Patriots this weekend, and came up with a couple thoughts last night. First of all, and you guys can text in on this as well. Lefko, what's the outcome of the Seahawks game this weekend? You don't have to give me a score, but they win or they lose?
Seahawks win.
Seahawks win. Okay, I'm with you on that. Now, a couple of things that stood out to me that I'll be curious about. Now, we know DK in the first game, 4 targets, 3 catches, 29 yards. Not a big day, certainly at all. Coach McDonald talked about all the things he does that don't show up in the stats, the blocking, what have you. This game, I put the over-under at 4.5 catches. You got to have the hook in there, so it's either 4 or 5. You go over or under 4.5 catches?
Do you want an explanation or just a quick?
No, you give an explanation.
Off the top of the head. So over.
I'm taking the over as well.
I think because what Daniel Jeremiah said, that we played that cut yesterday, really stuck out, that Patrick Surtain is, payment-wise, he's the best cornerback in the NFL. He's the highest paid corner in the NFL now. And there are few and far corners who can stick with DK an entire game and just blanket him like that. Christian Gonzalez is very good. He shut down Jamar Chase, kind of, but even still, Jamar Chase had 6 receptions for 62 yards. So if that's all the DK gets, yeah, that's over. And if the Seahawks can balance like they did, and I'm assuming they're not going to have as poor of a offense performance to start the game as they did, I think just throughout this game, DK will find his way to get open, and Geno will find a way to get him the ball.
Yeah, I'm going with the over as well on that. And I think, because it was a discussion, it was a conversation. Hey, what did you see? What was going on with DK? Just 3 catches, 29 yards. I think they understand what a weapon he is and how beneficial he can be, even if he's just getting that attention. If they go to him early and he piles up a few catches, few yards, that attention that is going to go towards him opens up things for JSN and Tyler Lockett. So obviously there's a tremendous value, not just to his production, but the impact it has on the other receivers. So I definitely like him for over 4.5 catches. Now, when I wrote this, I assumed K9 would be out there. It doesn't sound like he will be. He's listed as doubtful. So let's just go running game. Charbonnet and I assume Kenny McIntosh. Over 100 yards, over under 100 yards combined. Let's go combined, because if we say either one of them, I don't think they're going over 100 unless it's just a breakout day we don't expect. So combined, just running totals, removing Geno if he scrambles, just running backs, over or under 100 yards.
Yeah, this one has kind of thrown me now, because K9 himself, had it been him, easier to say yes or no, or sorry, over under, but I think combined, and I know Ryan Grubb yesterday said, hey, my game plan's not going to change even if it is Charbonnet instead of Ken Walker. So they'll still call the same plays. They're not going to abandon the run. I don't know if 2 running backs that are your backups are as effective against this Patriots defense, and this will kind of lead into my next answer. I'm going to go under, because I don't think Charbonnet and anyone else, or whoever's running the ball, whoever they throw out there, even if Geno's running for a couple when he's scrambling, I don't think they go over 100, because you do lose your most dynamic element in that run game if Kenneth Walker's not playing, which didn't practice these last few days. He's doubtful. So with him likely being out, I'm going to say under.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way too.
Yeah.
I'm kind of leaning that way too, and I think they need to get – it'd be great if they could. Maybe they will. Love to be wrong on that one, but I'm going to go with the under on that as well. Charbonnet, I like him. I haven't seen a ton to have a strong sense of confidence. Oh, yeah, he'll do this. I mean, he's obviously got ability. We've seen that here and there, but him coupled with McIntosh, combined 100.
Yeah, because we haven't seen McIntosh. We've been clamoring for him. You and Dave last year.
Saw him in preseason.
Kept asking for him. We haven't seen him really in a regular season game. So the uncertainty there. And because it's a road environment, you still don't know exactly what you're getting with this team. They're not going to be bottled up, but I don't think they get 100.
Yeah, I'll go with the under. Now, all right, so Geno, I put it at 250 yards passing, over or under?
Yeah, I think then that puts it on Geno to do more. And this offense is capable of it if they're getting DK involved. So those also kind of lead into each other, that if DK is going to have over 4.5 receptions, 5 yards maybe, or 5 receptions maybe 70, 75 yards or more, Tyler Lockett can get open. We'll see JSN involved a little more, because this Patriots defense, while they have a couple of guys, they're not as good as the Broncos showed in containing the Seahawks passing attack. So I'm going to say it's on Geno if the run game is not getting going to have a bigger game through the air. I'll go over 250 passing for Geno.
I'm going 258 yards.
Just barely scrapes it over.
I'm pulling a John Clayton, giving you an exact number. He'd go odd number, 257. It'll be 257 yards passing for Geno, with 2 touchdowns and 1 pick. Or he'd give you something very specific. But yeah, I'll go over the 250. I think they hopefully got some things figured out in that second half in terms of how they can, deal with the pieces they have on that O-line to give him the protection that he needs, which will in turn hopefully provide him the time to find the open receivers, whether it's Noah Fant becomes a big part of what's going on, the tight ends, whether he's throwing little swing passes to Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh out of the backfield. It doesn't really matter who it is, but I think in totality, I'm going to give Geno over 250 yards.
Which it kind of feels wild based on last week because there were a lot of poor passing performances.
Yeah.
Geno didn't throw for a lot. I was just looking back quickly at the Patriots-Bengals box score. Joe Burrow, just 164. Jacoby Brissett, 121. Caleb Williams barely threw for any yards. Bo Nix couldn't get the ball moving. So I know offenses aren't usually as depressed as they were passing-wise throughout the season, but just to look at 250 and say, well, look at last week. No one did anything. But, yeah,
you listed a couple rookies in there.
Yeah, it's
Caleb Williams and
it's
Bo
that
Nix.
week one.
And Jacoby Brissett. You basically, the names you just listed there, you've got...
these are the ones I just happened to look at real quick.
You've got one guy who you'd expect more from in Joe Burrow. The other, Jacoby Brissett, Caleb Williams, and Bo Nix.
Yeah, okay. And I expect more from Geno than those guys. So, yes, I'm confident in that 250 over then.
Okay. And, again, you guys can answer these as well on the text, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. All right, a couple of defensive questions here for you. Defense over under 3 sacks.
I don't know much about the Patriots' offensive line. I know they had to rule one of their guard. I think their left guard they've ruled out. And we expect a lot out of the Seahawks defense, especially the defensive line. So I'm going over on 3 sacks because, I'm going to stick with over. I know the Patriots will run the ball a lot. They're going to run the ball. They're not going to make Jacoby Brissett do a lot. But anytime he drops back, I'm going to hope that the Seahawks are getting pressure on him. So it just builds to, yes, it'll be somewhere over 3 sacks.
God, I hate agreeing with you on all this stuff, but I think so too because...
Should we disagree on one? Let's figure out what to disagree on.
Well, Jacoby's a mobile guy, and I think that does set him up to hang on to the ball a bit longer than you otherwise would, which then opens him up to being sacked. And I think the pursuit will find him, and I think, whether it's Boye Mafe, whether it's Derek Hall, whether it's somebody in the, on the defensive line, maybe Leonard... Maybe Big Cat comes up with a sack, or Byron Murphy or somebody up the middle, Jaron Reed. But I feel like there's going to be opportunities based on the way Jacoby Brissett plays, and that I don't find him to be a brilliant passer, not the most accurate, that he's going to be a guy that'll hang on to the ball long enough to allow those guys to get there. So I'm going over 3 sacks. How about total turnovers forced by the defense? Over, under 3?
Yeah, because the Patriots will run the ball more, and back to what we kind of just were joking about, those quarterbacks I listed that were all rookies. I don't think you get the benefit of Bo Nix kind of chucking it up there to the horror of even Adam Archuleta. So I think under 3 turnovers forced for the Seahawks defense. They'll still probably win the turnover battle, maybe an interception and a fumble, but 3 feels like a lot in a game where it doesn't seem like the Patriots are going to be overly aggressive in airing it out or doing too much to take risks. So what we talked about with Brissett, he is a veteran. He's the exact opposite side of the spectrum from Bo Nix, who was making his first start. Brissett's been everywhere. I mean, he started almost a full season for the Colts a few years ago, did the same for the Browns. So maybe like 2 turnovers forced, but yeah, under on 3. We agreed again. I'll throw one out to you.
I'm going to go over.
Okay.
Just
I got one. I'll
because.
throw out to you after this then.
Yeah, I'll go over 3 turnovers just because.
Yeah.
Just to be different. Hopefully they can get behind. Hopefully they're going to have to throw the ball. Hopefully, which he'll put the ball in harm's way. Maybe he fumbles as he's trying to scramble and evade the pass rush. This is what I'm envisioning here. So somehow, whether it's a fumble, an interception, what have you, I'll go with the over.
What about this? And as we were doing this one jumped out to me. We might disagree on this one. What about over under 100 yards rushing for the Patriots?
Over under. You going to remove Brissett, the quarterback?
Yeah, just for running backs.
Just running backs.
Any running backs, because
I'm going to take the under.
Okay, this will be the first true test for the Seahawks defense.
Yeah, I'm going to take the under.
Okay. I think
they're going to hold them.
All right.
You think they're going to give up over 100?
I think because the Patriots are primarily going to go with the run, it will be over 100 yards rushing for running backs, but that's all they're going to get. They're not going to do much through the air. They're not going to have their way up and down the field with the Seahawks, and the Seahawks will still stop this team and shut them down. I mean, they're going to win this game, but because they are so run heavy, and Ramondre Stevenson is by far their best offensive player, I think they do scrape to 115, 120 yards rushing.
Why do you hate the Seahawks defense? Why do you hate their run defense?
I said they'll win.
Right.
I know. I think that's the big question of this game.
Is that the only one we're different on then?
No, the one we disagreed on last time.
I took the turnovers kind of half-heartedly, but
that's it. That's the only one we disagreed on.
All right,
that's why I threw it out there, so we'd have some disagreement.
Okay. So I sort of half-heartedly took more than 3 turnovers, but
our first true disagreement.
Yeah, I'm going to say that Seahawks defense will hold the Patriots to under 100 yards rushing, removing Brissett from that, the quarterbacks out of that, just running backs. So we'll see. We'll see what goes on. A reminder that Football Fridays are powered by the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook. We brought this up briefly earlier. The Apple Cup happening in Week 3.
Right there tomorrow. Very weird.
And it just feels like there's just no buzz. There's no hype. I mean, there was always so much anticipation regardless of how the team seasons were going and you know, the build up to it and just the Husky Cougar hate back and forth, you know, leading up to it. And I don't like this. I'm going to watch it. I don't like it because there's no hype to it. There's nothing at stake currently. They're both 2-0. They played patsies. You know, with all due respect to Texas Tech, probably the best opponent of the 4 that they've combined they face. But yeah, I don't. It's a weird. Do you sense that at all? Do you get that it's just kind of limp? It's just kind of. There's just not much to it right now.
I think that would be a good question for the texters on the Mac and Jacks text line, because from my perspective, college football fan, I'm excited. What seems to be throwing everyone off, and they'll get used to it, is that this is the first year it's in September. Yeah. That is jarring, and that maybe takes away a little bit from the buildup, but I think the hype and what's at stake are incredibly important. This might be one of the most important Apple Cups in, not recent memory, but in a while, because for Washington State, this is your most important game of the season. It's a team that left you for dead. They ditched you. They left you in this conference that doesn't exist anymore. You had to fend for yourself. And then they took your AD. So last year before the Apple Cup, I didn't really like, there was too much niceness going on. You know, Washington State, Washington fans, they're like, we'll root for each other unless we're playing each other. Now I hope there's some legitimate hate, because this is a rivalry and this is what you should have. So if the Cougs go out there tomorrow and beat the Huskies, this is your season. So I'm excited for that, and I think hopefully there's that buzz from the Washington State perspective. It really is just...
So you think it's one-sided buzz?
I think so, because for Washington, a team that's going to go into the Big Ten and go play Penn State on the road, Michigan's coming here in a couple weeks. I don't think you have designs on winning the conference, but you are in a real, legitimate conference. I'm not insulting the Pac-12. It doesn't really exist anymore. There's two,
Pac-2.
And it's not a conference that's going to get any crack at trying to get to a college football playoff bid, because you have to have a minimum of 8 teams. So for Washington, this game doesn't really mean as much. And because of that, for Washington State, you should be pretty offended. And you should want to go out there and embarrass this team. And seems like you have the making of a pretty good team right now. Right, sample size are small, but Washington State has put up some numbers these first 2 weeks.
And I don't think the intensity is lost on the players. I'm sure it's still a big deal to both teams and
fan base,
the individuals.
I hope Washington State's hyping this up from their perspective.
But I mean, we're in this. We're around it. You haven't heard much conversation about it. There's not a lot of, I don't know. There's just the buzz that usually accompanies this game is just non-existent. It really just is. And I think it's the timing. I think it's the fact that you've played patsies for the most part up to this. You're 2-0. Don't really know what each team is at this point. You talked about the numbers. They look great, but who have they come against? So I don't know. It's not the last game of the season where, hey, maybe this is the difference of going to this kind of bowl game or no bowl game, or, you know, there's something of consequence attached to it where maybe at the end of the season they'll look back at it and go, had we won that game, it'd be different. But as it sits right now, it's just, I don't think you can make the third game of the season nearly as big of a spectacle as you could the final game of the season.
Well, I think the biggest detriment right now is not the timing, because eventually, like Iowa and Iowa State have played week 2 or week 3 of the season forever, and they get passionate, they get hyped about that. That is a legitimate rivalry that their fans still get up for. What really is hurting is the Lumen Field decision. Playing it right here, just in this neutral environment, you got to kind of have a dull build-up to it. Then if you want to talk about not a lot of buzz or build-up, I think because it just kind of gets lost. And, all right, it's in this NFL stadium. It's not on one campus where there's some pride that you can have your entire student body rally around it. You have one fan base coming into town or one fan base making a big deal about it. It wouldn't have this. So, 2021, when Washington State comes here, they win, they rush the field, they put the Cougs flag on that big W. You don't have that. You have nothing like that. If they win, what are you going to do? Like, oh, okay, cool. Like, whose home is this anyway tomorrow? It's both.
It is kind of a Husky home. But, I mean, it's proximity.
Yes, literal city. But, yeah, to that point, if you go out there and you put a Cougs flag down on the field, no one cares. You do that on the Huskies' home field, that was a whole year of animosity and build-up, and then there was a legitimate revenge factor the next year. So venue more than anything, I think, is hurting this. Get it back to campuses. I don't know if you heard Brock's little, not plea, but frustration that he's not even calling it the Apple Cup. His protestation that it's not the Apple Cup until they play it back on campus. So he's refusing to acknowledge that rivalry name is happening tomorrow.
So it's not the Apple Cup unless it's on a campus of one of the two teams that are participating.
Yeah.
So it's got nothing to do with the timing, where it falls in the season on the schedule.
Oh, I'm still going to call it the Apple Cup. But yes, I think because of, if you're talking about lack of buzz outside of just the diehards who are going to watch regardless, I think having it at a neutral site and this early in the season for the first time is not helping. If you had gone a few more years first, say you had switched this, and they are going to go back to playing on campuses. If you had played this game in week 3 at Washington State or at Washington, I think there's buzz.
Deal.
Yeah, they're 2-2-0 teams. You build that up. That's a big deal. But because it just gets buried over here in the middle of a Mariners home weekend, no less, it didn't do much to help. And not to mention, I'm surprised we haven't brought this up yet. I wasn't here for What's Bugging Bob, so I could have brought this up for you guys. It's on Peacock.
Well, that's what I was just about to read this this text from the 509.
So there we go. Yeah.
It says there's zero buzz around this game, and that it's restricted to being on Peacock doesn't help. I can't disagree with that.
All those things. So everything with that has kind of taken this out of the collective national landscape. Here, there will still be a lot of buzz. It's 2-2-0 teams. It, again, from my perspective, it's the biggest game that Washington State will play this year, and I think they would agree with that as well. And if you win, regardless of what happens the rest of the year for the Cougs, that's a success. That is a win and a victory for you. So I think there's a lot of buildup from that side. The problem is it's happening here, and you're just not going to fill it. I mean, you're not going to fill, 68,000 plus and have that same fervor as you would at someone's home stadium.
You think it's going to be a full building?
No, not at all. Yeah, that's the problem. It's weird. I don't know why. So Bump and Stacy were talking about this earlier. Ticket prices are really expensive. I don't know if they tried to restrict ticket sales and have them really just go to groups that bought them up, but it's not easy to get into that game right now. Yeah. And you think it would be with a pretty big stadium. So all of that is combining to have a kind of lackluster Apple Cup right now. But eventually, if they keep this series going, you're going to get used to it being early in the season. It's the nature of it. It's what Iowa and Iowa State do. Well, honestly, what they should do, but the Big Ten has been so against this, the SEC does it in the second to last week of the year. But the Big Ten doesn't do that. Once they start their conference schedule, they do it. So, yeah, it's not good, but, hey, football perspective, I think we'll both watch, right?
Yeah, of course we'll watch it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have the same zest that it normally does. There's just no denying that. Hey, we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks take on the Miami Dolphins in person, and all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you don't already have the app, all you need to do is text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download it. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Tuesday, September 17th. Well, it's been quite a journey for Mariners rookie Troy Taylor this season. He is going to join us next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
He is Lofa Tatupu, one of the greatest Seahawks linebackers and best guests ever.
How important was it to see Geno kind of not lose his cool?
The leadership is what I've always marveled at. I mean, on top of the arm talent, Geno's got a special arm, but he's always trying to pick guys up on the sideline and tell them, hey, we got this hanging there, or to go to the defense, like, hey, man, give me the ball back. I'm going to go down and score. And he just stuck with it, but then he took matters in his own hands.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Hello. Hey, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. Did you know we've got you fully covered?
I've taken up beekeeping. I'm always covered.
I'm talking the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage at up to half the cost.
Same honey, half the work?
Exactly.
Sweet.
Just call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
What does the Seahawks jersey mean? It's football.
Drops back, has time, loads up, throws. It's intercepted. Does he keep his feet in? He does. Seahawks ball.
It's community.
The stands are rocking right now. Nobody has left this place. It is pandemonium.
It's Seattle. This is your jersey. This is the Pro Shop. The Seahawks Pro Shop has the largest selection of Seahawks jerseys. Come try one on at the Landing in Renton or at Lumen Field.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Mike McDonald joined Steve Rabel on KIRO FM today to talk about the matchup with the Patriots Sunday. He was asked about the similarities between the Seahawks Week 1 win and the Patriots Week 1 win, with both teams rushing for over 140 yards and holding their opponents under 300 total yards. This is what he had to say about having a similar approach to the team that they'll face Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it's tried and true in the NFL. I mean, that's points are going to ultimately win games, but you have to play complementary football. You have to be able to control the line of scrimmage. I mean, these are old school principles that have been, tried the test of time, and over and over and over again are the things that decide games in the NFL. Along with great situational football, smart football, complementary football, all those things. Those are the things that we pride ourselves on.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
At Shane Company, we'll help you design an engagement ring as unique as your love story. We have the widest selection of diamonds and gemstones for you to choose from, and you can compare them side by side right here in our store. Only at Shane Company can you sift through exquisite diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in a variety of shapes and sizes. We'll help you create your dream engagement ring no matter your price range. Choose the ring setting that speaks to your style, from classic to modern to vintage. We offer so many ways to personalize your ring. Pick your favorite center stone, add a decorative crown and a custom engraving, or select a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, our jewelers know how much your ring means to you. They hand-set each center stone with precision and pride in our jeweler's workshop, so you can feel confident knowing your ring is crafted with the greatest care and comes with an unmatched free lifetime warranty that lets you know we'll always be here for you. Your love story deserves to shine bright. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
This hour is served by Warrior Injury Law.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, and joining us now on set, a member of this Mariner bullpen who's had quite a start to his career. Troy Taylor is with us. How are you, man?
Good. I appreciate having me on.
It's good to talk to you in person for the first time, and you get to experience Edgar's and this crowd for the first time. This has got to be overwhelming to have all these people just staring at you when you're not pitching, right?
Yeah, I've never been out here, but this is awesome.
By the way, belated happy birthday. Your birthday was on Monday.
Thank you.
I'm September 9th as well.
Oh, nice.
You just turned 23.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Okay.
So, but yeah, did you do anything for your birthday? I know you guys are playing. Did you get a chance to celebrate? Or
yeah, we had an off day, so I hung out with some buddies from High A because their season just ended. So we just did that. It was short, quick, whatever. Yeah, we got home late from St. Louis, but we had the off day, so it was cool.
So you've been up here for about a month. Does it feel normal, all this? All the fans here, the travel, the crowds? Is it starting to feel normal yet?
It's getting there. I don't know if if that's the right word. But after like a week or so, I started to feel normal, I guess. But that first week, I was anxious all the time, and it's a lot of different off the field stuff compared to the minor leagues. But no, since I've had some time up here, so it's been feeling a lot better.
What was your expectation coming into this season? Because that was a pretty quick ascent from where you were to pitching for the big club, and pitching very well, I might add. But coming into the season, what was your expectation?
I just tried to get better every day. There really was no external expectations. I don't think that's a good way to go about it, because there's a lot of stuff out of your control. I wasn't in big league camp, so all that. But I started in High A, pitched well, then got promoted to AA, pitched well, and then got promoted here. So
no AAA.
No, the Mariners they tell you that if you perform well in AA and do the things that you're supposed to do, they'll move you straight from AA.
How have you learned to adapt to the workload, pitching on back-to-back days, and just being ready at a moment's notice? Have you had to change anything about recovery or preparation to be ready for this?
A little more time in the weight room, in the training room, than I was in the minor leagues. But I mean, the staff here is incredible. They have so many people that are willing to help you. So it's been pretty smooth.
At what point did you become a reliever? It feels like every reliever was a starter at some point, whether it was high school, through college, the early part of the minor league career. When was that for you?
Yeah, so I started in JUCO, and then when I got to UC Irvine, I transitioned to the bullpen just because I was mainly fastball slider, still mainly fastball slider. And I pitched, high adrenaline, high intensity. So about the third or the fourth, I would kind of tire out and not be as good. So I moved to the bullpen.
Have you been heckled yet? I know you haven't been on the road too much, yeah. So, I mean, these bullpens are very interactive. I mean, you talked about the home fans here, but have you been heckled at all on the road?
Yeah, we got heckled pretty good in L.A. A couple other places. Nothing's been too crazy, but I'm sure the trip to Texas and Houston will be fun.
Is that another welcome to the bigs moment? Do you get that much in the minors? Is that more of a major league thing or no?
It happens probably a little bit. It depends on, because sometimes the bullpens, like actually in Frisco, the AA for the Rangers, it happened a lot because the bullpen is like in the stands. It's really weird how they did it. So there's people all around you. So that one was bad, but not too much. No.
Have you had a moment yet where you faced any hitter where you're like, I can't believe I'm pitching to this guy? Like, I watched this guy on TV. Maybe it's a favorite play. I don't know. Any moment where it struck you there? Like, I can't believe this guy's in the box against me.
I faced Ohtani and Betts in LA, which was cool. But I tried not to they're just hitters. I went after it, and then after I was done, on the bus ride back, I was like, oh wow, that was pretty cool.
Did your phone blow up? People texting you, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you were facing Mookie and Ohtani.
Yeah, especially because all my friends are from SoCal, so they're all huge fans. So they're like, how was that? Was it cool? And I was like, yeah, I mean, it was cool. I was trying to think about it, and then after, on the bus ride home, I was like, wow, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, a lot of friends and family come out? Was it big attendance when you guys were in LA and then in Anaheim?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I had a bunch of people there. It was a lot of fun.
Does that add a little pressure to it, knowing that you're going to have all those people in the stands watching you?
A little bit. I always feel bad because in the bullpen, you don't really know, when you're going to pitch. So I feel bad. Like, I could have not pitched all 3 days, and that happens, a lot. So I feel bad more about that, but a lot of them understand, and it's just fun for them to be out there.
Is the level of success you've had early surprising at all? I mean, they always talk about when you make that jump that you can't make the mistakes you make at the minor league level. You might be able to get away with leaving one over the heart of the plate and they foul it off. Here, they're going to put it in the seat, so you got to be really fine. Has anything about this surprised you in terms of your success?
I think the homer numbers have shown that. I didn't really give up homers in the minor leagues, and yesterday I gave up one, but it happens. It happens to the best of us. That's what all the guys have been telling me. It happens. It is what it is. But I just same approach, plan A, attack. As hard as you can, right down the middle. Have good breaking stuff. Just attack in zone, and it is what it is after that.
What's your routine like out there? Because there is a lot of sitting around, and for most of the early innings, especially with this rotation, you're probably not going to pitch in those first few innings. How do you go from kind of hanging out to then locking in?
Yeah, that took time, especially in the minor league. So here, my role's kind of been like 5, 6, 7, 8, anywhere in there. So I'll hang out and just watch the game and be a fan for like 3 innings, and then I'll do some lower body stretches, and then I'll do my upper body stretches, and then after that, like I'm pretty much good to go.
Are you a question guy where you'll ask for advice from other relievers, maybe some of the starters, or are you just to sit back and observe and just try to take mental notes of how they go about their business? I would sit back and observe for the first couple days, but lately I've been asking a bunch of questions. The guys out there have been awesome. They've been feeding me information, and just any question I have, they've been answering them.
This organization seems to do so well with bringing relievers in and them having success. Is there something tangible that jumps out to you, or is it just part of this process that you've been accustomed to that, hey, you can see why relievers come here and they have success?
I think they just preach, especially in the minor leagues, they preach 1-1s, attack, in zone, and they draft guys with good stuff. So if you have good stuff and you're in the zone, like, obviously, you know, it depends on level to level, but, you know, you're going to have some form of success, you know, if you just keep attacking end zone and limit the free bases.
Is this how you pictured it being? I'm sure you grew up, you know, a little kid playing Little League all the way up through high school and the minors and everything, and dreaming of being a big leaguer and playing in these stadiums, doing interviews. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is so far, has it lived up to how you pictured it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's been that and more. You know, I'm just so blessed for the opportunity, and you know, I just try to go out there every day and you know, be the best I can.
Well, it's been fun watching you pitch up to this point, man. It's been great, and hopefully this team finds their way into the postseason, and we can talk about that. But thanks so much for coming out here. Congrats on how the season has gone, and happy belated birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks, Troy.
There you go. There's Troy Taylor of your Seattle Mariners spending a few minutes with us here as he's had a tremendous start to his career here with the Mariners, getting it done out there. So hopefully that continues. Mariners are hosting the Rangers tonight, and the T-Mobile Park roof will be closed. It's closed as we speak. That's the Roof Report presented by State Roofing. Well, it's your last chance to get the mean text in. Still have a few minutes to get creative at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. That's coming your way next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Brady Henderson's in. I'm not willing to crown Mike McDonald after one game. Look, we've got to see if he's going to be anywhere near as good of a head coach as Pete Carroll was, the most successful coach in franchise history. But based on that one game, Mike, I got a feeling in retrospect, I don't think that was a very well-coached team the last few years. And I wonder if we are going to see this season play out. I wonder if this could be an indictment on some of the coaching challenges they had and just how ill-prepared they were last year compared to this year.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
At Mazda of Everett, you can always expect to receive exceptional customer service and exceptional deals. Mazda of Everett is a great friend of Seattle Sports, and you'll be satisfied with both. Shop from over 600 new Mazdas in stock. And right now, they're offering 0% financing on all new Mazda CX-5, CX-30s, CX-50s, and CX-90s on approved credit. Need more reasons? It feels like working with family when you work with Mazda of Everett. You will drive away happy. See for yourself at MazdaofEverett.com.
The Cult, live at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, September 23rd. Gather your Cult crew for one of the best live music events in Washington this year. The Cult takes the stage at Muckleshoot Event Center, Monday, September 23rd. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Mariners 2025 season ticket memberships are on sale now, and there are two great options to choose from. With a Flex plan, you can select your games as you go and switch up your seating location throughout the season. And with a reserved plan, well, you can lock in your games and seats from the moment you come on board. Either way, enjoy access to exclusive pre-sales, no ticket fees, year-round discounts, including at the team store and Hatback Bar and Grill, and so much more. Go to mariners.com/25 today to learn more all about the benefits of becoming a member.
At State Roofing, you can trust us to get your project done right because we prioritize quality and excellence in everything we do. Take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today, and don't pay until 2025. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification. We want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
Maura Dooley here. It's time to recognize a woman in our sports community with the 2024 Women of Inspiration Award. The nominations are in, and the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events, needs your help selecting a winner. Voting is open now until September 20th at woiseattle.org. The winner will receive a generous cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Help honor a local woman today. Vote by September 20th at woiseattle.org.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Elshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's time to unveil all the mean things people text into us throughout the week. Trying to hurt feelings, make people feel bad. That's what our listeners do. Lefko antagonizes them, calls them all stupid. Dave's not here to call them drunks.
Trying to motivate them.
Dave usually calls them drunk, stoned, and unemployed, which usually gets everybody going, and he's not here to do that. But I do believe we had an influx of entries today, did we not?
Yeah, we had an influx of entries. One actually could be an in-person one. Our guy Jeff from San Diego says, just landed at SeaTac for Mariners and a Spartan race this weekend. Maybe I'll swing by and tell you how much you suck right to your punchable faces.
Oh, come on down,
Too
Jeff.
bad Wyman isn't here for that.
Come on down, Jeff. I'd be happy to see you. Here's Adam sent us some. I'll mix these in, but his first shot is at Matt here.
Yes, that's you. Pay attention.
He says Matt has the face of a guy who brushes his teeth with his fingers.
While he's eating licorice, too. That was perfect.
Yeah, timing was impeccable. What else did we get?
Carter from Tacoma says, remember that time Lefko got his 4th concussion when he smacked his head picking up a dropped French fry from underneath the table? The worst part was finding out that no one at the table had ordered fries.
Not bad, not bad. Adam, staying in the food theme with you, it says Lefko has the body of a guy who dips his French fries in potato salad.
A lot of French fry ones. I didn't realize that. Okay. Wow. Why did these all got food related with me? So there's another one. 360. Lefko is the guy that would eat Texas toast off an empty table that he didn't sit at. If it's untouched, it's good Texas toast.
It's fair game.
It's fair game. It's untouched. Come on.
Another one from Adam. Lefko has the voice of a guy who rings the bell on his bike when he sees the mailman got new shorts.
I thought he was going to stop it and just rings the bell when he sees the mailman. That would have been good.
Just you riding around on a bike with a bell on it.
That would have been good enough. I know. I was laughing at that. 425. Bob, what's worse? Finding a Salk hair on your workstation or Wyman using your silverware? He's been rendered speechless.
They're both. I lose either way.
Bob's
I'm going to go with
now.
Salk's hair.
That's the meanest sex. They put that image in your head.
Yeah, I lose on both of those. Let's see. Another from Adam. Dave has the face of a guy who memorizes the menu at the Olive Garden so he can recite it at the airport bars to impress single moms.
Oh. That's an interesting one.
Just impressing single moms is Dave's goal at the airport bars.
425 says, why is Dave gone today? Did his fantasy team have an away game this weekend?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Let's see. Charlie Furbush has the face of a guy who does a cannonball in the hot tub at a party he wasn't invited to. He also said, Furbush is such a great name. Hair on hair. It'd be like if your last name was Meat Food or Poo Butt.
Speaking of poop, I have a mean text issue with what happened to my computer when I got back. Maybe that's a complaint for what's bugging Bob. Oh, yeah, please put on the headset. So I came back. I was gone. I went down to the Mariners clubhouse. I came back, and I walked up to my computer, literally filled with poop.
The Word
document.
Yeah,
it was poop, the Word, all over my computer. I believe that was your doing.
I've never been so proud of myself.
We were trying to get him to tweet it out, but apparently your Twitter wasn't open.
Now it's the Wyman and Bob Show Twitter. That wouldn't have been good. Yeah.
People would have just been confused.
Yeah,
Just
or maybe they thought
just one
Dave
word.
got a hold of the keyboard, so maybe it would have made sense.
It made Charlie laugh, and that was the goal.
There you go.
Another one from Adam. Bob looks like the only Little League umpire that showers at the field. You know that weird public bathroom shower that most fields have that looks super sketchy and terrifying? Yeah, that's the one. Bob uses that one.
425 says, Dave, it's not the Q-tips. Now remember, the Q-tips, a big complaint for Dave. So 425 says, Dave, it's not the Q-tips that have changed. It's your forest of ear hair.
Oh, good God. Some of the visuals that come on these are nobody wins.
I know. Any more from out here? I got a few more over here.
No, I think I did all of his.
Okay. We got a few more.
Those are all of Adam's.
I gotta find the good ones. You know, some of them are just too dumb. Yeah. 360 says, this is all right. I mean, maybe it's true. I'm not sure. 360 says, I bet Bob goes to Costco to buy a 64-pack of Dial soap.
I do go there. I don't know that they
I think they're making fun of your cleanliness.
Yeah, I do get soap there. So yeah, okay.
Now I don't know if this is a mean text, but we can jokingly make it into one. 425 says, Furbush kind of sounds like Curtis Rogers.
Yeah,
it's kind of insulting to both of them, I guess.
This one says, if I was the GM of Seattle Sports 710, I would trade this show for some fax noise and a pebble in my shoe.
425. Now, these are good ones. Now, Charlie and Dave aren't here. They are fair game, so we'll just relay them to both of those guys. But 425 says, Charlie, did you feel a sudden drop of your IQ when you sat in Wyman's seat?
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, some people legitimately got angry. This is a more acceptable one. Some people were actually mad that we were talking during the practicing of the national anthem. It was not the actual national anthem. It was the rehearsal, which happened three times. And by the way, no one else stopped their activities. So we do it every time because they're just practicing. We're not going to talk through the actual one. But 206 said, you guys are going to hell for talking over that poor girl practicing the national anthem in the background. Dishonor on your houses. Bright side, she made this segment entertaining.
She ran through it 3 times.
I know. We were expecting once. Oh, twice. Okay, they do it twice sometimes. Then 3. Right as we were going to break. Maybe she was trying to drown us out. 3 times. So that was the 3rd time, and I'm sorry we had to talk through it.
This one says, Wyman and Bob, I don't know what you think a show is, but this ain't it. That's not bad.
303 says, the best segment on the show this week was the test of the emergency broadcast system.
That's the same person that sent the fax.
Yeah,
probably.
And you know what? I don't want to ruin it. They sent that same joke months ago.
Did they?
Yeah, it's good. It made us laugh, though, so good job. Good
somebody
job,
else said, bleep you, LOL. Lots of love.
There we go. Good one to end on.
There you go. We'll end on that one. All right, that does it for us. Want to thank our guest today. First of all, thanks to Charlie Furbush for filling in. We had Jared Sandler of the Rangers broadcast, Shannon Dreyer, and Troy Taylor all joining us on the program. If you missed any part of today's show, you know what to do. Head to seattlesports.com, click that podcast tab, click on our picture, and it's right there waiting for you. Click subscribe. Have a great weekend, everybody. We're back on Monday right here with Wyman and Bob.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to watch the Seahawks host the Miami Dolphins on September 22nd. Just open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter for your chance to win.
In the back of the end zone, DK. Does he have his feet in it now?
You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds will be.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
Do it every day, September 13th through September 17th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Holy catfish!
Did you know about the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program? You can get an $80 benefit card to spend at local farmers markets. Use it to buy seasonal fruits, vegetables, and honey. Just bring your new SFMNP card with you when you shop. When you make a purchase, the grower will scan your card. Then you'll confirm the purchase with your PIN.
You're all set. Enjoy those tomatoes.
Thank you, I will.
Find participating markets, local contacts, and more info at seniorfmnp.com. That's seniorfmnp.com.
If your home's heating system is 10 years or older, it needs a tune-up. Your furnace and heat pump work extremely hard, and after 10 years, wear and tear can cause a failure. The last thing you want this winter. Deere Services is now offering a heating system tune-up with a no-breakdown guarantee and no service fees for just $49. A thorough inspection and recalibration for just $49. Visit DEARservices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours. Deere Services, Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Offer ends 9/22/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
With Floor Coverings International, the mobile flooring showroom comes to you. Book an appointment, pick out the flooring you like, and they'll order and install it for you. It's that easy. Visit FCIFloors.com to book an appointment. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Tired of ads interrupting your favorite news podcasts? Good news! Ad-free listening on Amazon Music is included with your Prime membership. Stay up to date on everything newsworthy with podcasts like The Daily, Up First, and 5 Things Uninterrupted at Amazon.com/ad-free. Just head to Amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. The Seattle Mariners pregame show is on.
Julio Rodriguez with a line shot, 2-run home run with 2 outs.
Mariners pregame is brought to you by
The new 2024 Chevy Colorado.
Beacon Plumbing
and McClendon Hardware.
Seattle Mariners pregame. The countdown to first pitch is underway.
It's cold, gray, and possibly raining outside. A perfect night for baseball under the roof. Shannon Dreyer coming to you live from the Western Washington Toyota broadcast booth, where we're going to bring you Game 2 of the 4-game series against the Rangers. Emerson Hancock back with the team to make the start tonight. And on the other side for the Rangers, the long-awaited return of Jacob deGrom, who comes off the IL following elbow surgery to make his first start since April 28th of last year. Mariners come into the day with a record of 74-73. They are 4.5 games out of both the division lead and the wild card spot. We are in every game is big territory, no question about it. Today, they will look for bounce back after last night. That, trust me, is behind them. We do have a roster move, of course, to talk about. Emerson Hancock has been called up from Tacoma. To make room for him on the 26-man roster, Sebi Zavala has been DFA'd. Lineup. It's going to look very familiar. It's the same lineup we have seen the last 3 days. Yes, we have had a somewhat permanent lineup. It's the 4th straight day, and this is what Dan Wilson has got that will go up against the 2018 and 19 National League Cy Young Award winner. Victor Robles at the top in right field. He did absolutely everything he could do to score runs last night. He walked, he had a single, he had a sacrifice bunt, he stole 2 bases, he advanced on a wild pitch. Victor Robles has just absolutely been the igniter at the top of the lineup. He's followed by Julio Rodriguez in center field, and Julio took a lot of extra hitting on the field earlier today. He was down in the cage when I got here. A couple others were out there. Rojas was out there, and Rivas as well. And, of course, Edgar keeping an eye on what Julio was doing. A lot of up the middle, a lot of the other way, a lot of work. It was an extended session that Julio Rodriguez had on the field before all of the teamwork began today. He is batting second and in center field. Cal Raleigh follows behind the plate. Randy Arozarena will be your cleanup hitter in left field. Luke Raley at first base. Justin Turner, the DH. Jorge Polanco at second base. J.P. Crawford at short. Rounding out the 9 at third base is Josh Rojas. Injury report also going on while Julio was taking all that extra hitting. Out in the right field corner, Luis Castillo was doing a little bit of throwing. He wasn't really involving his legs too much. It was basically keeping the arm active, throwing from a knee and then with his feet together. But towards the end of the session, he took a literal small step forward, putting one leg in front of the other, which puts a little bit more on the hamstring, testing that out a little bit. So we'll go ahead and call that a little bit of progress for Luis Castillo. He is eligible to come off the IL September 24th. The injury report is brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Learn more at fredhutch.org/proton therapy. That's fredhutch.org/proton therapy. Got a great show planned for you as we count you down to the 7:10 first pitch. Yes, it's Friday, and I know that because the guys are in their City Connects. Coming up on the roundtable in about 15 minutes, we've got topics. We had a great roundtable yesterday, just kind of attacking some topics both with the team and in baseball. We'll do the same. It's that time of year. Lots going on. On the Mariners Clubhouse Insider in a half an hour, a conversation that I had with J.P. Crawford on the road trip. He, of course, is the team's Clemente Award nominee. And he has done so many things. If you look at what has been put forward and what he has done in earning that nomination, there are several items and things that he participates. But one that is very near and dear to his heart that he's been participating in and is actually part of the formation of since 2017. We're going to hear the story of Baseball Generations and the work that he has done to help grow the game. That will come up in about a half an hour. We'll have all the usuals as well. Picks versus Rick, check in with the rest of the league, and much, much more. But coming up next, Rick Riz sits down with the skipper. We're just getting started here. Stick around. You are listening to us on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, I'm Rick Riz. It's time to honor another Teacher of the Week with a $500 classroom grant plus $500 for their school, courtesy of your local credit union, WSECU.
This week's Teacher of the Week is Mari Swain from McClure Middle School in Seattle. Congratulations, and thank you to WSECU for honoring this year's Teacher of the Week recipients.
Great teachers truly inspire. To see this year's Teachers of the Week, visit mynorthwest.com/teacher.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
Don't miss Mariners Fan Appreciation Night, Friday, September 27th against the A's. After the game at 7:10, stick around for a special fireworks show presented by T-Mobile. Plus, you'll have the chance to win incredible prizes all night long, including Alaska Airlines flights, autographed jerseys, and more.
Into the corner, gone! Julio!
Go to mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets today. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
We're live after the Mariners game. Coach, once a base runner's aboard, how do you bring them home?
Well, we're really focused on stealing bases. Fresh steals mean free AM/PM fresh baked cookies and a 12-ounce slim Coca-Cola, plus the chance to win a Mariners VIP experience. That's it. If you need me, I'll be at AM/PM.
AM/PM, too much good stuff. Proud partner of the Mariners. Only 1,000 deals available per game on the AM/PM app for 24 hours through September 19th. Only at participating AM/PM store while supplies last. VIP experience sweeps, no purchase necessary. See rules at ampm.com/official rules.
The countdown to first pitch is underway, and it's time for the Coach's Corner.
Presented by McClendon Hardware.
Well, Dan, tonight, game 2 of the 4-game series with the Rangers here at T-Mobile Park, looking to even things up. Tough loss last night as the Rangers come back to win by a score of 5-4 with Luis Castillo on the IL. You go down to the minor leagues to get Emerson Hancock, who helped you out in the early part of the year. Came up for his spot start against the White Sox, and Garrett Crochet pitched great in that game. What's it like to go down and get an Emerson Hancock, who on a lot of rotations could be 4 or 5 in the big leagues right now?
Yeah, it's kind of a nice, luxury that we have Emerson, and he's been down in Tacoma making his starts down there, doing a really nice job for the Rainiers, and now getting a chance to do it here tonight for us. And really excited to have him back. Great kid, and I know he's relishing this opportunity for sure. And this is coming at a time where we need a big win and a big game from him, and I know he's ready for it.
You've been watching him for a number of years now. What stands out about Emerson, the way he goes about his business?
Yeah, I think that, the thing for me is he's pretty steady Eddie. He's a guy that, doesn't, ride the highs and lows of emotions. And I think he's a guy also that really looks to a lot of the guys around him in the pitching staff for support and for understanding. He's a guy that likes to watch other pitchers. He's like a guy that likes to study other pitchers and what they do, and then is able to apply that to his game as well. So he's a guy that he's a student of pitching, and you love to see that, and I think he's learned a lot from the guys around him.
What a staff for your ball club. Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, Bryce Miller was great last night, Brian Wu, Emerson Hancock. In your other life, you were a coach down there in the minor leagues, working with the catchers, but also watching the pitchers. What's going on down in the minor leagues that so many young players have been successful here at the big league level?
Yeah, I think really what it boils down to is we have a combination of good people down there, working with our pitching staff. And we have a combination of that along with a good process, a really good process. And, when you put that together and you get guys on the same page, looking at the same things, working on the same stuff, I think it all comes together. And I know our big emphasis down in the minor leagues is dominating the strike zone, throwing strikes, getting ahead of hitters. And when you can do that, you're going to have a lot of success on the mound. And so it's really it's quite a process from top to bottom. And they get here, and that same approach continues. And, they feel comfortable doing that. And all these guys really, when you look at them, have thrived under that process.
Danny, talk about feeling comfortable. They've got Cal Rowley here, who was with Logan Gilbert, at A-ball and AA, and George Kirby at AAA, and the other guys at spring training to build that trust. What has Cal meant to their progression?
Yeah, no doubt. I think when you come up with pitchers together, I can remember myself coming up with some pitchers and getting to the big leagues at the same time. There's just that, element of trust that's built in because you've been there with each other all along. And certainly that's the case for Cal with a couple of these guys, and I think what he has done behind home plate, the respect that he has gained from these guys goes a long way. But they enjoy working with him. They like to throw to him, and all that gets thrown into the mix is positive, and it's good. And I think the same is true with Emerson. They've known each other for a while, and they will work very well together tonight.
Danny, you got a guy going for the Texas Rangers tonight who's going to be a Hall of Famer, Jacob deGrom. He's making his season debut. Hasn't pitched that much over the last 3 or 4 years. How do you get ready for deGrom, and what do you expect?
Yeah, I think we take as good of a game plan into this game as we can. Obviously we're going to be watching very closely as he comes out, and just to see where he is. And his, a lot of guys have faced him before. So it'll be a matter of how close to 100% is he? Where is he at in terms of his his injuries and coming back from them? So a lot of question marks coming into it, but I think we'll get a good read on him early and be ready to go.
Skipper Dan Wilson, good luck tonight, Skipper.
Rick, always a pleasure.
Yeah, such interesting pitching matchups we have gotten this one. We can't wait to see what unfolds in just over 1 hour. The Dan Wilson Show is brought to you by McClendon Hardware, locally yours since 1926. Visit one of their 7 Puget Sound locations for all your urban homestead needs. Shannon Dreyer coming to you from the Western Washington Toyota broadcast booth. As we mentioned in the open, roof is extended, so we do not have to worry about whatever it is that's going on outside right now. Definitely has that fall feeling. Lights are in full effect as they need to be right now. And, we cannot emphasize enough. Every game right now so important. They are in must-win territory. And we saw a good bounce back, I think, when we walked into the building today, which is important. It will be very interesting to see the approach they take against a guy that they know what he can be. What is he right now? That is the question, and we shall find out soon. Coming up next on the Mariners Roundtable, we've got a lot of topics to talk about. We want to talk about something that we are seeing from one member of this offense in particular that I am wondering if is real, and I want to get the thoughts of the table on that. We'll also check in on the races around baseball and more. That as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
I'm Rick Griffin. I was the head athletic trainer for the Seattle Mariners for 35 years. I found out I had prostate cancer on opening day 2017.
Rick took charge of his treatment.
I had a friend who had prostate cancer, and I saw the side effects, and I thought there had to be a better way.
He chose Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center proton therapy.
It was much easier than I thought possible. If I had to recommend proton therapy, I absolutely would.
Rick chose proton therapy. Find out why at seattleproton.com.
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Fred Meyer for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices. Plus, extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with points. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
It's Blackberry Smoke at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday, October 24th.
I can feel a good one coming on.
Blackberry Smoke, the Be Right Here Tour, a live performance that'll rattle your core. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Blackberry Smoke, Thursday, October 24th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Ever daydream of catching a game-winning pop fly for the Mariners? Visit Funco headquarters in Everett to enter for your chance to participate in Pop Fly with a Catch, presented by Funco at T-Mobile Park on select dates. If chosen, you'll win 4 tickets to a home Mariners game and a chance to catch fly balls in the outfield. For each pop fly you catch, you could win unique Mariners and Funco Pop prizes. To register, scan the QR code at the Funco store located at 2802 Wetmore Avenue in Everett. Good luck and go Mariners!
RV buyers, it's a fact. Jayco builds America's best-selling models with superior engineering, Amish craftsmanship, and the best in the business warranty. Valley RV Supercenter is America's top volume Jayco store because they make them affordable. For comfort and reliability, there's no better choice than Jayco. And for a great buy, there's no better choice than Valley RV Supercenter. Stop by and see them in Kent and check out their full Jayco lineup. Or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
For over 45 years, Pacific Office Automation has been solving problems for business owners. However, the needs of our customers and potential customers have changed dramatically over the years, so we've changed too. If you run a business and want to find out how Pacific Office Automation can help improve your business processes and costs, call us today to request a free workflow audit. Whether it's managed print services, IT services, or data security, we're here to help. PacificOffice.com. Problem solved.
Some Mariner pitchers can throw 100 miles an hour. That's fast. What else is fast? My Steel BGA 60 leaf blower. Rick Riz here, and Steel's battery-powered BGA leaf blower, clocking in at 154 miles per hour of air velocity, keeps my driveway clean and clear of any debris. Right now, save $50 on the BGA 60 leaf blower through the end of October. Experience fast, experience power, experience convenience with Steel. Trusted by me and the Mariners. Find your local Steel dealer at steeldealers.com.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Mariners pregame continues with a roundtable.
It is indeed time for the roundtable. Shannon Dreyer joined by Rick Riz, Dave Sims, and Gary Hill. And guys, so much going on in baseball right now. I thought we will just get to some topics and then a question about a player. Let's go ahead and start with the Mariners. Take a look at WRC pluses for the team, just because I like that as a stat that gives you a good picture of what a player is doing offensively. Off the top of your head right now, who's got the best WRC plus on the team?
Robles. Because he's one of the best outfielders in baseball, Shannon.
You sound excited about this, Gary.
Well, you know, it's funny. I was looking at his slash today, his Mariners exclusive slash. It's great.
It is
like,
great.
Legitimately great. And the other thing, it led me to something else, too, because 22 bags without a caught stealing is awfully impressive. So I was curious, the most stolen bases, and the season's not over, obviously, but the most stolen bases a Mariner has had in a season without being caught. And 22, as you can imagine, is the most. Darren Bragg has the second most with 9. It's point being, that's a lot of steals without being nabbed, which is very impressive.
I didn't know we were getting that when he came over here. I mean, I know
Good
that
point.
what he profiled to be originally as a prospect and whatnot, but very interesting. What is he?
He's a good hitter with speed that gets on base, creates havoc. He puts pressure on the pitcher and the catcher and the middle infield, and he's fun to watch. That's who he is. But he's hitting 300 on the year. He's a guy that makes the offense go. Hopefully the guys behind him can drive him in, because he's getting on, and he's going to find a way to second, find a way to third like he did in last night's game.
He likes disturbing the peace.
I like that.
Yep.
I like
he
that.
does.
He's hitting 324 as a Mariner, 394 on base, and a significant slugging percentage of 465 as well.
It's great. Like, to answer your question, I don't think we know what he is. I don't think, like, going into next season, I don't think we can ask for this slash for an entire season. I
want this slash, Gary.
Don't we all?
I like this slash.
But given his prospect pedigree and his talents.
Ooh, do that again. I bet you can.
Yeah, I can't. I barely made it through the first time. I'm not going to try again. And he's at an age where he's entering his prime. Like, I think there is a question about, boy, what can he be for a whole season? I don't think we know. I don't think we know the answer to that.
I'm looking forward to finding out.
Yeah.
You know what else is kind of cool
yeah.
about his numbers? How do you feel about 17.8% strikeout rate?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
On this team, that's a big deal.
Yeah. He puts the ball in play, and that's what you want from your leadoff guy, to get over there at first base. Yeah.
He does, and then once he gets there, he is doing everything he can to get to the next. I have not seen a player with that intent and that consistently the way.
Yep.
He is so equipped to take advantage of baseball now. Stolen bases are a thing, and stolen bases have become more of a thing because of the rules, and he is fully equipped to take every advantage of that.
I'm always going to go back to when he first came over and he wasn't playing a lot, and then he started playing a little bit, and he was stealing bases, and I stopped at his locker, and we didn't know him very much, and we knew he had the energy and everything, and was, seemed pretty upbeat guy and whatnot, and I said, hey, really like those stolen bases last night. I like what you're doing on the bases. He smiled. He goes, thank you. I have to. I will always remember that.
And he's not afraid. He's confident to get to second base, and that's the kind of attitude you have to steal bases. I mean, he looks for every little advantage, even when he was on at second, and we saw it earlier this year, how the catcher throws the ball back to the pitcher.
Yeah.
And one time the catcher lobbed it back to the pitcher, said, okay, next time he does that, I'm going, and he went.
Yep.
And without a throw, he gets into third base. So he's got that baseball savvy, that kind of baseball mind where he's always thinking one step ahead of the other team.
Love to watch it.
He's not afraid to get thrown out either. And
we're going to see it because he is so aggressive.
Yep.
So, and some will be painful, but really enjoyed what we have seen so far. Not enjoying what I saw today come across the feed. Have we seen the helmets for the postseason?
Yeah. I'm not thrilled. I mean, it's another $1.
It is, but that is big. It is gaudy. I do not like it.
I'm not a fan either.
Advertising on the postseason helmets.
It was inevitable, though. You know it.
Yeah.
It's funny. I feel like, I was thinking about this too, I feel like we've gotten very used to the arm sleeves
shoulders
already.
fine, but the helmet for some reason, and I don't know if I'll get used to it, but it was very jarring to see that. But that is coming to baseball this year. Is Aaron Judge ever going to hit another home run?
No, he's done.
Yeah.
I tell you what,
That's it?
let him get hot after he leaves here next week.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Or maybe hit one and then take a few days off.
It would be nice if he hit a couple before he got here, just because,
Why pitch to him? He's going to have a rough time, because I don't think he'll get to 60, because why would anybody pitch to this guy right now, So that's going to be tough. But you make a mistake, he's going to hit a long way. There's no question about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Aaron Judge coming to Seattle next week, and the homerless streak is at 16 right now. Stuck on 51, I believe it is.
That's actually a really long time for him this year.
That is long for him this year. Anybody buying that we could see Shohei Ohtani pitch in the postseason?
They're talking about it.
I wouldn't put anything past him.
So when we were in L.A., I watched him throw on the side, pitch on the side. He looked great.
Of course he did. Shohei Ohtani. Of course he did.
I got to be honest. Like, you're in the postseason. I'd be tempted.
Yeah.
How could you not be?
And I just saw a headline on a story. It said Dave Roberts thinking about pitching Ohtani.
Especially given their staff. I mean, it's one guy after another on the IL.
Yeah.
And Glasnow, it looks like there's been a setback, too.
Which is brutal for them.
That is absolutely brutal for them.
I mean, it does feel risky to just unleash him in the postseason, but...
I mean, Gary, if you said he looked fantastic on the side, I think that should be enough.
Throwing in the grass on the side is very much the same
Very
as the
much
postseason.
the same.
We watched Luis do that today.
We watched Luis do that today. He took a literal, very small step forward. Yes, while he was throwing.
That's true. A little baby step?
A little baby step. Got one leg in front of the other today, which is a little bit of improvement. Race is really quick right now. We know what it is in the West. New York now 2 games. Well, I guess they'll fall back. Did Baltimore win? No, Detroit beat Baltimore?
Yes, one hitter.
Okay. So 2 games. That's about as big a lead as you've seen there for a little while between New York and Baltimore, with New York up. Cleveland is cruising 4 games up on. Gary, you've been the Central expert. What are you seeing there?
I have definitely not been the Central expert. But, yeah, Cleveland seems to have, after Kansas City passed them for the blink of an eye, they seem to have steadied themselves. And despite not having a starting pitcher, they are it looks like they're going to make this happen.
Which one, Gary?
I mean, I give them a lot of credit, because I remember watching them the first couple months, and it's like, well, they can't get through the season like this. They're in their bullpen like this. And I guess, Boyd has really helped them. They've had some guys.
How about that?
Yeah.
Nice we all like that move, right?
Yeah.
Stephen Boat doing a heck of a job.
Yeah, they're making it happen.
Hey, before you go, I just looked it up. Judge, 19 games here, 10 homers. Career.
I think I've seen them all. I didn't need to hear that. Thank you.
But I just want to...
Phillies and Milwaukee running
them
away
hanging.
with things. And then the West, it looks like the Dodgers are starting to separate a little bit, too. So just so much to
It's
watch this time of the
amazing how
year.
their injuries. I can't believe, was it every year? The Dodgers last 4 or 5 years, even with all the success
Yeah, but
they've had?
they're allowed to have a roster of like 50, so they're fine.
Different rules.
Yeah. And they're able to put their thumb on their tongue and go, how much you need?
There you go. All right, good table, guys. It's Fly, Fly, Fly Away Friday, and that means fans can score 5 times miles on eligible concession purchases with your Alaska Airlines Visa Signature Card every Friday at T-Mobile Park. Terms and conditions apply. Learn more at alaskaair.com/5xmariners. Coming up next on the Mariners Clubhouse Insider, it's a conversation that I wanted to have for a long time and actually timed it up just right. J.P. Crawford is the Mariners Roberto Clemente Award nominee. There are so many things that he has done to earn that, but one that is especially near and dear to his heart, and that is Baseball Generations, something that he has been a part of since 2017 down in the L.A. area. He is growing the game and helping young kids play baseball. He's going to tell that story when we come back as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than in a roomy new Toyota RAV4. Now through September 30th, get 4.99 APR financing on a new gas-powered 2024 RAV4. Or lease a RAV4 LE for $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, I'm Steve, sales ninja at Blazing Bagels. We often heard from Dave, our Hall of Fame announcer, get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma, it's grand salami time. His iconic home run call would whet our appetites, but he never told us where to get the grand salami. In honor of Dave, Blazing Bagels is now serving the grand salami sandwich with portions of sales benefiting Toys for Kids. Sold only at Blazing Bagels in Redmond, Bellevue, Soto, the U District, and Issaquah. Go Seattle and go eat a bagel.
Brock and Salk.
For reaction to today's game, tune in Monday morning to Brock and Salk.
There's a solid nucleus here that continues to get better. That is some really, really good news.
Weekdays from 6 to 10 with Need to Know 15 minutes after every hour.
Looking for a great night out? Snoqualmie Casino's just the place to go to unwind and have some fun. It's Mike Salk here. Only 30 minutes from Seattle, Snoqualmie Casino's got it all. Lots of exciting table games, tons of slots, sports, restaurants, entertainment, plus the views, too. Come check out the breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. So no matter if it's checking out sports with your buddies or a date night, make sure you're checking out Snoqualmie Casino. Go to snocasino.com for all the details. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Amanda here with Care Partners Senior Living. We're excited to announce the Care Partners Way is available to more of you with wonderful new communities open on Mercer Island, Linwood, Snohomish, and North Creek Bothell. More of you are choosing the Care Partners Way because we provide compassionate, quality care at an affordable price. And if you ever run out of funds and need to convert to Medicaid, we'll never ask you to move. Learn more about our 28 communities. Find us at carepartnersliving.com. We'd love to help. carepartnersliving.com.
Be at T-Mobile Park for the final weekend of the regular season. The action gets started with Mariners Fan Appreciation Night, Friday, September 27th.
Back-to-back doubles, instant energy, and everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
The Mariners are squaring off against the A's at 7:10, and after the game, stick around for a special fireworks show presented by T-Mobile. Plus, you'll have the chance to win incredible prizes all night long, including Alaska Airlines flights, autographed jerseys, a first pitch in 2025, and more.
A high riser riding back into the corner. Gone! Julio!
Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets and check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park during our closing series against the A's, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, September 29th, presented by Optum.
Strike three call. Four-seam fastball. Just seared the outside corner.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Hi, Rick Riz here. Do you need a new roof but aren't sure who you can trust? Call 3 Tree Roofing. A proud family-owned business, 3 Tree Roofing brings meticulous attention to detail to every roofing project. From your initial phone call to your free on-site estimate to the installation itself, you'll appreciate our outstanding value and unmatched craftsmanship. So call 3 Tree Roofing at 206-312-ROOF for a free roof replacement quote. That's 206-312-ROOF. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is Mariners pregame and the inside perspective. Here's Shannon Dreyer with a Mariners Clubhouse Insider.
J.P. Crawford is the Mariners nominee for the Roberto Clemente Award, and it is a well-earned honor. He has participated in Hometown 9 with the Mariners, also Seattle Angels, which supports over 20 girls in foster care in the area, and Baseball Generations, which he has been a part of since 2017. It's an organization in the L.A. area which has served 500 players annually, providing resources, equipments, and opportunities, big opportunities to participate at all levels. Recently, I sat down to talk with him about Baseball Generations. Perfect timing, JP. Ken Griffey Jr., we saw him in Oakland, and we talked about what he was doing, and he said, you know, it's all about us giving back and growing the game. And you quietly have been doing that for a long time with kids in the L.A. area. Can you tell us a little bit about Baseball Generations?
Yeah, you know, one year, me and a couple of our friends, you know, we always had these conversations in the offseason about, you know, how we could give back and, you know, what can we do. And one year we decided to do a little showcase. You know, it started out at just a little high school, but a lot of people showed up and it was a good turnout. So we're like, we got to keep doing this. And then eventually over the next upcoming years, you know, we've been to minor league stadiums. We've been to the Urban Youth Academy down there in Compton, and just the amount of talent there is every year. It's cool. You know, it's cool to see the transformation from just one year to the other. You know, you're having a lot of first rounders, a lot of D1 prospects, and it's cool to see that talent get, you know, acknowledged.
Your experience with it, you grew up in the area. I know you took part in the MLB Baseball Academy down there. How did you find that, and what impact did that have on you?
All my friends were going there, and I said, why not? Let me go one time, and there was a showcase happening there, and I pulled up, and, I haven't stopped going back there since after that, It was so fun, and just to be with all my friends that look like me, and, growing up, it wasn't really like that, so it was really cool just to, be comfortable and just to find some, a lot of people that look like me that love baseball just as much as I do.
Yeah, Griffey said that too, that there just hasn't been enough. That's one of the biggest things, that if they do look like you, that's how they turn out, and that's how you grow the sport.
Right, for sure. And, there's a lot of kids who, are young still, and they need someone to look up to. And, we're the guys now, and, we do all of that we can to, give back and just to, give them hope that they can make it playing this game.
What's it like for you to walk in and see those young kids? I've seen some pictures and whatnot on your social media, but what is a day like? What is it to have them look at you the way that they look at you and to talk with them and to interact?
It's honestly really fun. This new generation, they're not scared of, the status of whoever you are. They're going to talk their talk, and, it's cool to see that, they have a bunch of dog in them, and all of them are really competitive. It just reminds me of, me when I was their age.
What did you get just kind of work-wise from that when you were a kid? I mean, did they improve your play? How did they help with that?
Yeah, I think they just, they flew us around the country playing, and that, matured us really quick and really gave me a chance to be like, dang, I can do this. I think I could make it, and, I wanted to be that. The next Darren Hicks, he was from my hometown, so I looked up to him my whole life. So I always told myself I'm being the next Darren Hicks for sure.
How much interaction did you have with him there?
A lot, honestly. Him and John Singleton, they were down there, and just watching them, they were already way more mature than I was. So just watching them hit balls, and they had cannons too. Just like, well, I got a lot of work to do, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be the next one up for sure.
When did you have an idea? Because you went in the draft very young. When did you have an idea that this was something that you could do?
Honestly, in high school, spent countless nights at the cage, like countless nights. And, those are some of the best memories I had, me and my friends hanging out there till like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, just hitting all night. And all those days just, paid off.
What's been the biggest, kind of most just absolutely that you feel just so rewarded by what you've done in that regard for others?
Just seeing their success now. We had a couple guys 3 years ago. They got drafted in the first round. They're already in AA, and hopefully next year, they're in the big leagues. And just to see them make that whole journey, like, you guys, they can make it. And, hopefully the younger people see them going up, doing the same thing that they did. I could do that too, and then hopefully that evolves into something bigger and, give kids hope.
It's hope and dreams. I mean, that's a remarkable thing. That's got to be something that maybe sometimes it's hard to wrap your head around.
No, for sure, but it can be done, and, you just got to believe.
What do these showcases look like? Or take me back. What did the first one look like? What do they look like now?
The first one was just at a little high school in Los Angeles, nothing crazy. There were some scouts there, but it wasn't that much. And it was just a showcase, or, took BP, took infield, and it wasn't really that organized yet. We're just going with the flow type of thing. And then the next upcoming years, one was at USC, and then you really saw the scouts in the back. I'm like, okay, this is a good turnout. And then we had one at the academy, and the whole seats were filled with scouts and D1 coaches and all this stuff. So just the transformation of that is really cool to see. It's just getting bigger and better every year.
What do you personally want to give to these kids when you have those interactions and you have that opportunity to work or talk with them?
I just want them to ask questions, I've been doing my job here for a while, so I pretty much, I've seen a lot of stuff and been through a lot of stuff, the ups and the downs, and just to, give them all the knowledge that I can.
You keep in touch with them?
I do, honestly.
How many?
There's so many that come through, but there's quite a lot that I follow still. On Instagram, I'll always talk to them and see how they're doing and whatnot. So there's quite a lot, to be honest.
All right, now there's going to be a showcase in Seattle, I understand.
Yeah, there's going to be one coming up, and I'm really excited to see that for sure.
JP, it's a wonderful thing you do. Thank you for sharing with us.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's just one of the many things that JP does to help different communities. That's his home community in the LA area, also does many things in the Seattle area, and it is turning out ball players at Baseball Generations, which is in turn, helping the kids and growing the games, and what more could you ask for? JP Crawford, just absolutely fantastic, the work that he does. That was the Mariners Clubhouse Insider. The Mariners pregame show is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Bigger, better, the best in the Northwest.
When you buy tires at Les Schwab, you're getting more than just tires. You're getting America's best tire warranty, 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Other places make you pay extra for that, but at Les Schwab, it's included with every set of tires, because more warranty means less worry, and nobody stands by their tires like Les Schwab. Get more from less. Book your appointment at leschwab.com. Terms and conditions apply. See leschwab.com for details.
Add Home Street Bank to your lineup card this season. Whether you're starting a family, buying a home, or nurturing a growing business, they'll help you navigate life's biggest milestones. And they've been doing it with a smile for over 100 years. Look no further than Home Street Bank for all your home loan, personal, and business banking needs. Go to homestreet.com/team. Again, that's homestreet.com/team. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. All loans subject to approval.
Are you ready to hit a home run with your shopping? Look no further than the Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards Program. It's your ticket to win big while you shop. Here's how it works. For every $1 you spend on participating products like Isernio's Ground Chicken and Dairy Gold Bell Coffee Creamers, you earn Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points. Redeem your points all season long for game tickets, merchandise, autographed memorabilia, and more. Program runs April 26, 2024 through October 31st, 2024. Participating products are identified with Mariners-themed signs and tags throughout the store. Terms and conditions apply.
Bring your whole crew to the game with the Mariners Suite at T-Mobile Park. Whether you're planning a special birthday party for friends and family or a company outing for up to 400 coworkers, there's no better spot for an unforgettable experience. Enjoy the suite life with premium catering, VIP parking, private Skybridge entry, and more. Plus, season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve your suite today at mariners.com/suites.
And the pitch up the middle, JP! Wow! What a play! Game over!
The Mariners stretch before every game to be at their best. Shouldn't the fans arrive at their next away game stretched and refreshed too? On Alaska Airlines, you can upgrade to a premium class seat and enjoy an extra 4 inches of legroom in a spacious leather chair. You'll also get priority boarding and a complimentary beer, wine, or cocktail. And premium class upgrades start as low as $15 a flight. Live your best life and get more legroom in premium class. Go ahead, cross your legs on Alaska.
Bigger, better, and clearly the best in the Northwest. Hundreds of beautiful rooms and suites, rooftop dining at Smoke and Cedar, and the best gaming in the Northwest. It's all waiting for you at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Muckleshoot. I'm Rick Griffin. I was the head athletic trainer for the Seattle Mariners for 35 years. I found out I had prostate cancer on opening day 2017.
Rick researched treatments.
I had a friend who had prostate cancer, and I saw the side effects, and I thought there had to be a better way.
He chose Fred Hutch Cancer Center proton therapy.
It was much easier than I thought possible. If I had to recommend proton therapy, I absolutely would.
Rick chose proton therapy. Learn more at fredhutch.org/proton therapy.
At Mazda of Everett, you can always expect to receive exceptional customer service and exceptional deals. Mazda of Everett is a great friend of Seattle sports, and you'll be satisfied with both. Shop from over 600 new Mazdas in stock. And right now, they're offering 0% financing on all new Mazda CX-5s, CX-30s, CX-50s, and CX-90s on approved credit. Need more reasons? It feels like working with family when you work with Mazda of Everett. You will drive away happy. See for yourself at MazdaofEverett.com.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to T-Mobile Park, where we're getting you ready for Game 2 of the 4-game series against the Rangers. Emerson Hancock now out in the outfield getting ready for this one, playing some catch. Should see Jacob deGrom out there as well, too, pretty soon. It'll be interesting to see how long he goes. We're thinking not too long, as Rick Riz pointed out. He threw 49 pitches, I believe, in his last rehab outing, which is not a ton. So we shall see if the Mariners can do a little bit of what they did yesterday and get the starter out early, and then hopefully do a little bit more than they did yesterday. Let's see how they get there. And by the way, before we get to picks versus Rick, Aaron Judge can thank us. We fixed him.
Did he hit it alone?
Minutes after we ended the roundtable, he ended his career-long homerless streak with a grand slam. You're very welcome, Aaron Judge. Now, take it easy next week. Okay, time for Picks versus Rick, presented by Sandberg Volvo Cars. Rick, who have you got your eye on?
Shannon, I'm going to stay with Randy Arozarena. He's going to hit his 20th home run of the season. He's going to be a 20-20 guy for the 4th time in his career. Already has 20 stolen bases. So number 20 tonight for Randy Arozarena. And another base hit, a double into the gap. So,
I'll take it. He certainly put a lot out during batting practice. I did see that. Gary?
A former Met will hit a home run off of a former Met. Justin Turner will take deGrom deep, which he has before in the past.
Very nice.
And he will do it again today.
It will be so.
Says
I like the conviction there. Very
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Picks versus Rick is presented by Sandberg Volvo Cars in Linwood. Come in as a friend, leave as part of the family. SandbergVolvoCars.com. When we come back, we are going to check in with the rest of the league, take a look at what you have to keep an eye on tonight, as well as all the latest news, notes, and nuggets from the day as we get ever closer to that first pitch. You are listening to us on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Jim Zorn here for All City Fence. In all my years of football, my reputation as a player and coach were important, but you still had to prove it every week on the field. Same can be said about All City Fence. Their reputation for building and designing fences is remarkable, but it doesn't build the fence. Their experienced craftspeople do, earning that reputation with every fence they build. So surround yourself with the very best. All City Fence, allcityfence.com.
Michael Subaru of Bellevue has a motto, for the life you live. It's a reminder that we have the Subaru that fits your life. It also includes making your experience at Michael's as easy as possible. We have over 400 vehicles to choose from, more than 100 employees committed to service at the store and in our local community. Even 60 loaner vehicles to make sure service appointments aren't disrupting your day-to-day. All of this backed by a name you can trust. Michael Subaru of Bellevue, for the life you live.
The EQC Sportsbooks at Emerald Queen Casino is where you can bet, watch, and win on all your favorite sports. Now with the Bet EQC app, where you can place bets while games are being played. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes.
Hear Bumpin' Stacy on FM.
This is a good enough ball club to keep anyone on their toes.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
According to New Yorkers, their bagels are the best in the world. Because of the water? It's not the water, get over it. At Blazing Bagels, we believe local is the best in the world. We manufacture our products right here in Washington using Northwest ingredients. With over 30 bagels, a dozen schmears, sweet treats, and plenty of sandwiches, we've got your cravings covered. Keep it local and we'll take you on an adventure in self-control. Thank you for your support and for having great taste. Go Seattle and go eat a bagel.
Hey Mariners fans, anytime a sore throat, stomachache, or back pain takes you out of the game, Optum Care Washington is here. Optum is the official primary care partner of the Seattle Mariners, with top doctors recognized by Seattle Magazine, Seattle Met, and Seattle Times. Plus, they're proud to participate in the American Heart Association's 2024 Puget Sound Heart and Stroke Walk. Count on Optum for exceptional primary, specialty, and surgical care and back-to-school physicals. Visit Optum2024.com today.
Hi, everybody. Rick Riz here. When considering a Volvo, people should come to Sandberg Volvo in Linwood for a great experience and state-of-the-art dealership. They've got an incredible selection of new and pre-owned Volvos with every make and model available, and Sandberg Volvo is the only Excellence Award winner in the entire Pacific Northwest. Come enjoy valet service, free towing, and lifetime warranty on parts and labor with any service visit. You'll come in as a friend and leave as part of the family. Visit Sandberg Volvo in Linwood or SandbergVolvoCars.com.
Be at T-Mobile Park for the final weekend of the regular season. The action gets started with Mariners Fan Appreciation Night, Friday, September 27th.
Back-to-back doubles, instant energy, and everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
The Mariners are squaring off against the A's at 7:10, and after the game, stick around for a special fireworks show presented by T-Mobile. Plus, you'll have the chance to win incredible prizes all night long, including Alaska Airlines flights, autographed jerseys, a first pitch in 2025, and more.
A high riser riding back into the corner. Gone! Julio!
Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets and check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park during our closing series against the A's, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, September 29th, presented by Optum.
Strike three call. Four-seam fastball. Just seared the outside corner.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
We are getting ever closer to the 7:10 first pitch. A lot of the guys are out on the field right now going through their stretches, a lot of high kicks. Not sure why they do that, but they do. They're in their City Connects, which I have grown accustomed to. I have absolutely no problem with them. Had some questions early. Just the pants. They look pretty sharp. Mariners look good out there on Fridays, and you know what? They play well in those uniforms, too. Maybe there's something to that. Hey, let's go ahead right now, check in what is going on around the rest of baseball with the Chevy Silverado scoreboard. Whether tackling the trails or this weekend's chores, Silverado 1500, with its choice of 9 trims and 4 engines, has got you covered. So it's Friday. Everybody's going to be playing. Right now in the bottom of the 8th inning, the Yankees are up 5-4 on the Red Sox. That is a good thing. You want the Red Sox to lose. And the Yankees are up 5-4 largely due to Aaron Judge with his worst in his career homerless streak broken by a grand slam. He now has 52 home runs on the season. Cardinals Blue Jays knotted up 3 apiece in the top of the 10th inning. Athletics with a 2-zip lead over the White Sox in the 9th. Reds lead the Twins 7-1. That's kind of fringy good for the Mariners. Bottom of the 7th inning. Rockies doubling up the Cubs 4-2 in the middle of the 5th. Astros and Angels are just underway in Anaheim. Of course, we'll keep an eye on that one. Tigers beat the Orioles earlier today, 1-0. That is not good. Royals over the Pirates 8-3, and the Mets over the Phillies 11-3. That is your scoreboard. As for what we will have here, as you know, Emerson Hancock has been called up to make the start today. He will be on the hill. Victor Robles will lead off for the Mariners, followed by Julio, Cal Raleigh, Randy Arozarena batting cleanup, Raley at first base, Turner the DH, Polanco at second, J.P. Crawford at short, and Josh Rojas rounding out the 9 at third base. This is the 4th straight day with that lineup. What's on Tap is powered by Miller Lite fans. It's almost game time, and game time is Miller time. Shed the day, grab your friends, and crack open an ice cold Miller Lite. Coming up next, a lot of intrigue about what is going to be on the other side. Jacob deGrom has not thrown a pitch in a ball game since the end of April last year. What will we see today, and where is he in his career, and what is his place in baseball history? Aaron and Gary are going to dive into that one as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
There are trucks, and then there's the truck. GMC Sierra, with available features like the V8 engine, the ultimate luxury interior, and of course, the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra, not just any truck, the truck. GMC's continued commitment to professional-grade engineering is on full display at your Northwest GMC dealer. Come take a test drive today and see for yourself. We are professional-grade. GMC.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Looking for a great night out? Snoqualmie Casino's just the place to go to unwind and have some fun. It's Mike Salk here. Only 30 minutes from Seattle, Snoqualmie Casino's got it all. Lots of exciting table games, tons of slots, sports, restaurants, entertainment, plus the views, too. Come check out the breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. So no matter if it's checking out sports with your buddies or a date night, make sure you're checking out Snoqualmie Casino. Go to snocasino.com for all the details. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Miller Lite is the light beer brewed for people who love the taste of beer. For those who are always the first to volunteer for beer runs, who hit up tailgates for sports that they don't even like, and believe having a beer fridge in the garage is non-negotiable. It's a 96-calorie, 3.2 carb love letter to beer lovers who know that the best part of beer is the beer part. Tastes like Miller time.
Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin beer.
You gotta love baseball season, but when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Listen throughout the week to the Mariners Player Spotlight.
Give props to Jerry and Justin. They did a great job bringing in these good group of guys. Ever since I got here, I want to win a World Series in Seattle, and this city's starving for another winning team.
On Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, it's Trevor Noah speaking to you from inside a giant birthday cake. Why, you ask? Because Smirnoff Ice taught me the power of an epic surprise. Whether it's a brunch or happy hour, plan your friends a surprise they will never see coming and never, ever forget. And make sure that surprise includes some delicious Smirnoff Ice original. Long story short, that's why I'm recording a Smirnoff Ice ad from inside a giant cake. That surprise looks exactly like me. My friend's gonna be like, oh, Trevor came to my birthday brunch. Surprise! Trevor is a cake. Surprise again. Cake is Trevor. You gotta keep your friends on their toes, people. Please enjoy responsibly. Smirnoff Ice, premium flavored malt beverage. The Smirnoff Company, New York, New York.
Heard about McClendon Hardware's installation services? For nearly 20 years, Puget Sound homeowners have counted on McClendon Home Services. Their licensed, bonded, and insured professionals do it all, from installing decks and garage doors to water heaters and more. This month, McClendon Home Services is offering 5 energy-efficient Milgard Styleline V250 windows with installation for just $25.99. Now's the time to upgrade and save. Trust McClendon Home Services. Call 888-404-4647.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than in a roomy new Toyota. Like the family-size Highlander. Now through September 30th, you can lease a Highlander XLE all-wheel drive for $529 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to the Mariners pregame show. The Mariners taking on the Rangers in Game 2 of the series. Gary Hill, Aaron Goldsmith. And Aaron, last night we saw a Major League debut. Rocker, I thought, looked pretty great, too. His stuff was something.
It's like, oh, so this is what the upside is.
Yeah, that's the guy we've all heard about this whole time.
Yeah.
I see.
I don't know about you, but with Rocker, ever since he was probably initially drafted, at least in my mind, there's just been this cloud over him.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
And when the Rangers drafted him 3rd overall, it was like, oh, really?
Yeah, when it felt like a huge reach at the time.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there were some teams that didn't think that he would be a starting pitcher in the big leagues.
Yeah, it's so weird. The journey went from, guaranteed 1-1 to, I don't know.
And hopefully, for his sake and for baseball's sake, he stays healthy and has a very healthy career, because if he is healthy, it's hard to imagine him not being a very good starting pitcher, because that was pretty filthy last night.
You look at the stuff, and health looks like that should be the only question moving forward, just given the glimpse that we saw last night. So things go from Rocker in his Major League debut to Jacob deGrom in his season debut, which I am fascinated by. I really don't know what we're going to see in this one.
I'm really curious how hard he's going to throw. I think the deGrom velocity conversation is perplexing. Like, it makes no sense. We remember, maybe not everybody, I remember when deGrom was here with the Mets. He had the long hair in his Rookie of the Year season. They actually made an interleague trip to Seattle. And deGrom was a good pitcher, right? He won the Rookie of the Year. But his fastball was like 95.
Yeah.
And when he was last healthy, especially with the Mets, if he threw 103, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. I guess that's what we expect now.
Yes.
I don't know how he's done that, especially for a guy who doesn't look like a power guy.
Sure.
But man, when he has been on top of his game, he was the dominant.
Oh, yeah.
The dominant starting pitcher in baseball. It was like him and everybody else.
Man, you look back to that 18 season that he had and a Cy Young season. He won back-to-back Cy Youngs with the Mets. Yeah, 217 innings, 269 strikeouts with a 1.70 ERA. Just utterly dominant.
No, but Gary, you're missing a real big hole in his game.
Oh, what am I missing?
He was 10-9 that year.
Oh, the Mets. What did you do?
He was 10-9, Gary. He was barely a winning pitcher.
How does a guy with a 1.70, he's giving up less
easy
than
now,
2
Gary.
runs.
Easy, Gary.
It's so
Easy.
funny. Do you remember that, though? That was a thing. Like, when he would go out, the Mets would do everything possible to lose games when he was on the mound.
When I can't remember if it was that year or the following year when he also won the Cy Young and went 11-8.
Yeah.
Okay. That when he received the Cy Young, when they had the award presentation, the gentleman who opened up the envelope and said it was Jacob deGrom, in his preamble said, well, this pitcher received more support from the voters than he did from his offense.
Oh, I don't remember
yes,
that.
It was so great. It was the ultimate burn.
Wow.
Not for deGrom, of course.
Right.
But
that's a good shot.
It was a good shot. Yeah, it's such an interesting night to see what he will look like, and imagine what the Rangers feel like. I mean, he is obviously such a big part of what they will do going forward next year. And
I am fascinated by the rest of his career because he's age 35 season now already and coming off this major injury. And he has had the greatest peak you can possibly have, but it's been super short when you look back at it. Like, I don't think he's a Hall of Famer as we're here right now. I don't think he's done